Chapter 982. When Lin Hao heard this, he put the bowl of milk aside. Then he picked him up from the small bed and put him on his lap, supporting his back with his left arm. Then he picked up a small spoon with his right hand and began to feed him. While feeding, he said, "Can you distinguish the smell of food? Can you smell what you can eat, or can you smell what others can eat?" If he could only smell what he could eat, that would be good. If he could even smell what others could eat or couldn't eat, that would be a bit like his mother's skill. Was it hereditary? Little man said, "I can only distinguish if I can eat or not. I think this bowl of milk is drinkable." He couldn't distinguish the ingredients in the bowl of milk, but the smell of the milk told him that it was edible. Lin Hao said, "It feels like a small animal, distinguishing by smell. Come on, open your mouth. Your first mouthful of milk was not fed by your mother, but by me, your uncle. But baby, don't tell others that I am your uncle." Now his sister was still using someone else's identity, and he was afraid that the child's shouting would cause others to be suspicious. Little man opened his mouth and drank a mouthful of milk. There was a faint smell of milk in the milk. However, after swallowing it, one would feel a little sweet and refreshing, and it wasn't unpleasant to drink. After drinking a mouthful, he said to Lin Hao, "Don't worry, I'm just young, I'm not stupid. I know what my mother's situation is now." His tone was filled with disdain towards this second uncle of his. Lin Hao. It was so tiring to talk to a baby with a small heart. And there was an inexplicable sense of crisis that his IQ was about to be crushed. At this time, little man suddenly said, "Oh, little uncle is here." Lin Hao was stunned. Who? Then he heard footsteps coming from outside the baby's room, and the transparent window on the door showed Lu Tiany's face. Oh. Little man knows this person. Well, he was indeed an uncle. Lu Tiany glanced into the baby's room and saw that Lin Hao was already holding the baby and feeding him. He opened the door and walked in. "He's awake, where did the milk come from?" Lin Hao said, "Oh, the leader sent someone to deliver it." Lu Tiany walked to little man's side and looked at his still closed eyes. He couldn't help but ask, when can this child open his eyes? Lin Hao looked at the degree of adhesion of little man's eyelids and saw that the inner corner of her eyes had opened a little. So he said, "It should be soon. I think half of it will be open today and all of it will be open tomorrow." It was already 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. They should be able to open in another 20 hours. Tomorrow. I heard that it took a few days, and some even took a week to open their eyes. Lu Tiany stood by the side and watched Lin Hao, a big man, feed the baby gently. He didn't feel that it was strange at all. "That's an ordinary baby, okay?" Lin Hao finished feeding him another mouthful, then raised his eyes to glance at Lu Tiany. The statue seemed to be saying, "Do you think this is an ordinary baby? This was a demon infant." Lu Tiany watched for a while and suddenly said, "Can I feed it?" Lin Hao looked at him again and said coldly, "Will you?" If he didn't feed it well and it got dirty everywhere, how annoying would it be? Lu Tiany felt that he was being ignored, but he really wanted to hold this child and feed him. Lin Hao looked at his eager face. Although he felt that it was okay to feed or teach him, Lin Hao just didn't want to give this demon infant to him. "Let me do it. I'll just slow down. Besides, Dr. Lin, aren't you busy? Don't you need to check the ward? Don't you need to operate on the patients?" Lu Tiany said with a smile. Lin Hao's face darkened when he said that. That's right, he was really busy. There were still 2 surgeries to be done today. When he was busy, he really couldn't take care of this child. At this time, little man opened his mouth and said, "Go quickly. It's okay to let little uncle feed me." After Lu Tiany heard his words, he was stunned. Then suddenly his eyes slightly widened, and then he looked at little man with a happy face. He heard the child call him uncle. It was a very subtle feeling. Although he didn't know why this child added the word little, he was a young man in his 20s. Lu Tianyi didn't know that he was the youngest uncle in little man's heart. Because there were still Lin Feng and Lin Hao above him. Although he was a little reluctant, Lin Hao handed little man to Lu Tianyi in the end and told him how to hold the baby and what to pay attention to. A child's body was soft. The wrong posture would make the child uncomfortable or cause a burden to the child's fragile bones. So when Lin Hao was nagging about all kinds of things to pay attention to, little man said impatiently, Okay, I know how to talk. If I'm not comfortable, I'll tell little uncle go quickly. Lin Hao, so angry. She's worried about you, okay? Why do you look like you're disgusted? And you're even frowning. Why does this kid favor Lu Tianyi? He was the one who delivered him, okay? He's also an uncle. So when Wu Qingyue brought Lingling over to see little man, he saw Lu Tianyi holding his son and smiling like a fool. Damn, if people who didn't know the inside story saw this, they would think that this kid was the child's father. Lingling is here, sensing Wu Qingyue and Wu Yueling's breath, little man immediately spoke. Once Wu Yueling heard his voice, she immediately trotted over happily. Then Lu Tianyi saw the corner of the little fellow's mouth twitch and stiffen. Little man said speechlessly, Lingling, can we discuss something? Don't call me little man, little brother. It's such an awkward way of addressing me. His voice was full of helplessness. Wu Yueling's eyes were bright as she leaned over to Lu Tianyi and looked at him, the corner of her mouth unknowingly curling up. Wu Qingyue walked over and saw this scene. He said to little man, can you read Lingling's mind? Little man. I want to be called Mama, hurry up and give me a name. Wu Qingyue smiled at him and said, why don't you call me? No matter what, I'm still your father. Little man's eyes moved under his eyelids and said, I've already taken your surname, give the right to name to my mama. Wu Qingyue was startled when he heard this, and then his smile deepened. He didn't object and nodded, okay then. He hadn't heard that the female zombie wanted little man to have the surname Wu. He originally thought that she would directly use her own surname to name the child. Since little man was willing to have the surname Wu, then the name would be given to the female zombie. Suddenly giving birth to such an assertive son, Wu Qingyue, who had just become a father, inexplicably felt that he wouldn't have many benefits in the future. Chapter 983. When Lin Qiao finally finished her work and rushed to the hospital, it was already 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. When she arrived at the hospital, only Wu Qingyue and his daughter were left in the baby's room. And Wu Qingyue was skillfully holding Man in his arms and talking to him. And Wu Yueling also gave up her exclusive position, Wu Qingyue's leg, and was standing beside Wu Qingyue's leg and looking at Man. Seeing Lin Qiao appear at the door in a military uniform and a military hat, with a serious and cold manner, Wu Qingyue raised his head, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Even though she had just given birth last night, she had already returned to her original clothes. Her figure was as straight as a sword. Although the brim of the hat slightly covered her eyebrows, it could not cover the sharp light in her eyes. Her long hair was tied at the back of her neck. She was not only serious and cold, but also a little more neat and tidy. After Lin Qiao came in, she took off her hat and handed it to Shen Yuzhen next to her. She also restrained her momentum. She was not surprised to see Wu Qingyue. She walked straight to him, but her eyes did not look at him, but at Man. Let me hold him. She slightly bent down and said expressionlessly while reaching out her hand. Wu Qingyue glanced at her and handed Man to her. At the same time, he said, he asked you to give him a name. Lin Qiao took it and wrapped Man Man's soft body with a thick and soft towel. After hearing Wu Qingyue's words, she glanced at Wu Qingyue. Then she asked Man Man, "What's your request, Man Man?" Man Man was a little helpless when she was called that. She was too lazy to correct her mother, so she said, "Well, nothing else. Just the surname Wu is fine." Hearing this, Lin Qiao immediately glanced at Wu Qingyue fiercely. She slightly pursed her lips and did not say anything. Wu Qingyue's heart was blocked by her gaze, and the smile on his face became more serious. He said, "I didn't say anything." So, it was not him who asked Man Man to have the surname Wu. To be honest, even if Man Man wanted to have the surname Lu now, it did not matter. Anyway, there would be opportunities to change it in the future. Man Man's little hand moved and touched Lin Qiao's collar. She grabbed it and said, "Mama, don't be angry. This is not my father's request. It's me, he's my dad after all. It's not wrong for me to follow his surname. Also, I won't interfere with you naming me." After saying such a long string of words, young Man Man was a little tired, so she stopped to rest for a while. Only then did Lin Qiao's gaze soften. He apologized to Wu Qingyue for his impulsive attitude just now. "I'm sorry." Wu Qingyue nodded and the smile on his face returned. However, the smile on his face was still a little dimmer than before. He could feel that this female zombie was very possessive of the child. It was as if she had excluded him from a safe area and then hid the child behind her, not allowing anyone to come close. If he came even a little closer, she would bristle with thorns. Lin Qiao looked at young man and said, "Wait for the real name. Let's give her a nickname first." Little man nodded, then turned her face towards Wu Qingyue. If his eyes were open at this moment, there would definitely be a trace of pity in his eyes. He was his father after all, but now his mother had pulled away from him again. How many years and months would it take to see the two of them together? Could it be that he would have to wait for a few years until he was old enough to be able to see them showing off their love? Thinking about this, young Man felt very tired. It's easy to give a nickname. You were originally called Little Man because you are a vine. Since you feel that young Man is a girl, then we'll call you Young Ting. We'll take the word Ting from dragon horse, it's the same sound as Ting from vine. Lin Qiao said to young man with a smile. Wu Qingyue and Young Ting. Young Ting was fine, what the hell was with Young Ting? It wasn't manly at all, okay? Lin Qiao didn't care about young man's reaction, but asked Wu Yueling with a smile, "Lingling, how about calling your brother Young Ting?" Wu Yueling looked at Wu Qingyue and young man blankly, not understanding why they had to change their names. But no matter what her brother was called, he was still her brother. She nodded happily. In fact, she didn't care much about the meaning of the name and whether it sounded good or not. At this time, young Man finally came back to her senses, and wanted to save her spoiled nickname. "Mama, call him Young Ting. Don't call him Young Ting." Lin Qiao felt her depressed mood, and couldn't help but laugh. Cough, okay. Young Ting it is. So, young man's nickname was changed to Young Ting. Shen Yuzhen looked at the child in Lin Qiao's arms with a smile, but a trace of envy and sadness flashed in her eyes. Originally, she had the chance to have a child with Qin Yuding, but she didn't expect that she didn't even dare to be intimate with Qin Yuding. If she could have a child like the leader, how good would that be? But she also knew that the leader was different from her. But now that she saw Young Ting, Shen Yuzhen was envious, but at the same time, there was a faint hope. Maybe, the leader could help her do this. Even if she knew that it might be very difficult, but Shen Yuzhen's heart was like a seed that didn't die, and it began to appear in her heart. Shen Yuzhen's eyes were a little unfocused, and Lin Qiao seemed to look at her unintentionally. She could feel Shin Yuzhen's thoughts and desires, and could also feel her feelings for Chen Yuding and the feeling that she owed Chen Yuding. Because Chen Yuding didn't abandon her after she became a zombie. Lin Qiao retracted her gaze as if nothing had happened, and asked Young Ting, "Is the milk that I asked someone to bring you this morning tasty?" Young Ting smacked his lips, and said in a childish voice, "It's all right. Just a little fishy." Lin Qiao said, "This is fresh goat's milk, so it's normal to have a fishy smell. But I used the energy lake water to adjust it for you. Is it still fishy? Why didn't I feel it when I tried it?" After she squeezed the goat's milk, she used the energy lake water to adjust it. When she drank it, she didn't feel any taste, nor did she smell any fishy smell. Or could it be that this child's sense of smell or taste was more sensitive than hers? Young Ting said, "Just a little." When Wu Qingyue heard their words, the smile on his face faded. He frowned with some doubt, and asked, "Goat's milk? I remember that your base doesn't have any livestock. Where did you get the fresh goat's milk?" This all-living base only had a planting base, and currently there was no breeding base. Not to mention cows, goats, and pigs, there weren't even chickens, ducks, and geese. Now that he heard Lin Qiao say that she didn't know where she got the goat's milk from, although he knew that she wouldn't give something harmful to the child. But he didn't know where the milk came from, so he felt a little uneasy. Lin Qiao looked at him, and immediately understood his thoughts. "Don't worry, Young Tang has his own system to differentiate food. If it's food that's not good for him, he won't eat it." Young Ting nodded at the side, and very maturely agreed with his mother, and that's right, that's right. Don't worry, Dad. Chapter 984. Wu Qingyue naturally knew about Xiao Ting's ability to distinguish food. It wasn't that he doubted the ability of this female zombie, he just wanted to break the feeling of being excluded. Wu Qingyue's eyes darkened as he turned his head to the side. His gaze fell on Xiao Ting's small bed and he said, "That's not what I meant." As his son's father, he didn't even know the source of his son's food. He felt that he had failed in his duty. And what hurt him was Lin Qiao's attitude towards him. It wasn't that she didn't understand. She clearly knew how he felt about her. She even felt the same way about herself. But why did he just keep dodging? What did he do to displease her? Was he not good enough? The more Wu Qingyue thought about it, the more depressed he felt. It was suffocating. Want to be angry, want to rage. However, his rationality told him to calm down and not lose his temper. Otherwise, it would only push her further and further away. Lin Qiao, who was carrying Xiao Ting, did not say anything after hearing Wu Qingyue's words. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Qingyue suddenly stood up. He pulled Lingling out of the room. "You just gave birth last night. You should pay attention to rest." When he walked to the door, Wu Qingyue left a sentence and went out. Lin Qiao watched as he left with an inexplicable sense of depression. He didn't understand how his emotions changed so quickly. She lowered her head and asked Xiao Ting, "He seems to be angry again. What happened?" Xiao Ting sighed and said, "It's all because of you." Lin Qiao looked at him and asked inexplicably, "What does it have to do with me?" Xiao Ting said, "Because you'll throw it away after using it." "Father is so pitiful." Lin Qiao. "What the hell? You still have the nerve to say that? It's all because of you. You're the one who threw it away after using it." Lin Qiao pinched his little face in annoyance. "Oh, you're right." Xiao Ting immediately backed down. After all, he was the one who tied the two of them together for the sake of absorbing energy. "But my father is so good, why don't you like him?" What was so bad about his father? Wasn't he handsome? Was he not strong enough? Was he in a bad shape? Was his personality that bad? Thinking about it, there weren't many young, handsome, gentle, and powerful man like him. Shouting thought to himself, I don't know why my mama doesn't like it. Oh, that's not right. It's not that I don't like it. She had clearly taken a liking to him in her heart, but she had to pretend that she hadn't. Lin Qiao was stunned by his question, and his eyes darkened. She said, now, I don't want to live a life where I have to worry about my family and let another man control my thoughts. She was also tired. Wasn't it good to be like this? It would be great if he had a family and a son. She didn't need anyone to rely on. She was her own reliance. But aren't you tired? I think, Mommy, your thinking is a little off. Daddy is not a trouble for you. He can be your wall. You can lean on that wall when you're tired. Shouting couldn't speak for too long now. After saying such a long sentence, he started to pant again. He suddenly understood his mother's thoughts, but he didn't understand why she thought so. Lin Qiao looked at him and was stunned. Her heart moved slightly, but she quickly suppressed it. Because she had always relied on herself since she was young. She never relied on others. She never let her parents worry about her good grades. Even if she was bullied in school, she would solve it herself. She never relied on her big brother, Lin Feng. After graduating from military school and joining the army, she thought of solving all kinds of problems by herself when she went on missions. She protected all the team members behind her. Even if she had 2 boyfriends, she wouldn't show her weak side in front of the other party. So now that Shouting asked her to find someone to lean on and rest, she felt moved for a moment. Because she would also collapse from exhaustion. Your mommy, I'm so strong. Even if I rest, I'll rest alone. I don't need to rely on others. Lin Qiao said to Shouting with a smile. Alright, you don't need to rest, but I do. I'm so sleepy I'm going to sleep. After saying that, Shouting put down his hands and hid his face, preparing to sleep. Lin Qiao put him on the bed and lifted it to see if his diaper was wet. Then, she went into the space to milk the child again. Since Shouting could talk, he would say it if he wanted to pee. After milking the baby, she brought it to the small building and boiled it with the lake water. Only then did Lin Qiao leave the space. While Shouting slept, Lin Qiao sat in the baby's room. She slowly flipped through the documents that Xin Yuzhen brought for her while paying attention to the movements on the bed and Shouting's sleeping posture. Children's sleep patterns were irregular. They were easily tired and could easily sleep their fill. So, when Shouting woke up again, only 2 hours had passed. Mommy, I need to pee. Shouting stretched out his little hand and waved in Lin Qiao's direction when he woke up. Lin Qiao raised his head from the documents and immediately put them aside. Then, she carried Shouting to the bathroom and separated his legs to let him pee. Mommy, don't look. Shouting looked a little embarrassed. His little face was suspiciously pink. Lin Qiao said speechlessly, You're my son. Are you afraid that I'll look at your little piss? Moreover, I'll take you back when I'm discharged in 2 days. I'll still have to help you bathe every day. It's just peeing, what's there to be afraid of? You're still a baby, do you know that? Shouting. He was speechless. What should he do? But he would still be shy, okay? Thinking that he would have to be bathed by his mommy again and again in the future, Shouting could only sigh helplessly. Then, he began to release the water. Lin Qiao stayed in the baby's room for a night. She absorbed the energy core while paying attention to Shouting's movements. The next day, when she finished absorbing the 5th corpse core in her hand early in the morning, she opened her eyes and saw a pair of big bright eyes looking at her. You opened your eyes. Lin Qiao hugged him happily. She asked, Are you hungry, or do you need to pee first? Shouting, who had been holding back for a while, was about to ask his mommy to take him to pee. However, he saw that his mommy had almost finished absorbing the energy. He waited for a while. "I need to pee." Lin Qiao smiled as she picked him up and brought him to the bathroom. When she came out, she saw that the door of the baby's room was open. Xie Dong and Lin Hao were standing at the door waiting. Lin Qiao looked at him without surprise. Then, she put Xiaoting on the bed and said, "Xiaoting's eyes are open. I'll take him out of the hospital today. Lin Hao, get ready." Oh, so fast. Although he knew that his nephew was not simple, it was normal for him to be discharged now. However, he looked at Xiaoting with a bit of reluctance. Now that he was discharged from the hospital, he would have to go to base 2 to see his nephew. Chapter 985. After handing Xiaoting to Lin Hao, Lin Qiao took Xie Dong out of the nursery. Xie Dong didn't come here to see the baby. He must have some special or urgent information to tell her. Go ahead. When they reached the end of the corridor, Lin Qiao asked Xie Dong to report the situation. Xie Dong said, "The information in Sea City has been leaked." Lin Qiao's eyes flashed and she asked, "What information?" "About the planting land, they've been found out to be fake. It was the people from Huaxia who found out, and they've already sent the news back," Xie Dong said. Lin Qiao didn't look surprised. Instead, she said calmly, "Huaxia is quite fast. There weren't many people in her base, so it was much easier to keep the secret. But Sea City was so big. Who didn't have people among the hundreds of thousands of people? So it was only a matter of time before the news was leaked." Lin Qiao didn't think they could keep it a secret forever. "Do they know anything else besides this information?" Lin Qiao asked. "For example, did the people from Huaxia find out where Sea City's food came from? Since they found out about the soil quality of Sea City's planting base, they must know that Sea City still provided a small amount of fresh vegetables every day. In that case, the other party would definitely investigate in this direction by following the vines to the melon. Needless to say, if the other party really found out about the source of these vegetables, then the secret of her base would be exposed. Sooner or later, her base would also be targeted, and it wouldn't be as simple as being affected." Xie Dong shook his head. "Not yet, but they do want to continue investigating in this direction. It was just that the people in Sea City noticed and covered up the traces in time, so they didn't find out." Lin Qiao nodded. "Thanks to their quick reaction. But I believe they won't be able to suppress it for long. We need to make some preparations here." "Did Sea City catch those spies?" "Most of them were caught, but a few fish were missed. That's why the news was spread to Huaxia. Huaxia is now preparing to send another group of people into Sea City to continue investigating." Xie Dong told her the information truthfully. Lin Qiao stood there with her arms crossed in front of her chest. She raised her right hand and rubbed her chin, analyzing the situation. Since Haiqing had reacted in time and caught the spies, there was no guarantee that they had not discovered other than a few fish that escaped back to Huaxia. Since this group of people hadn't been discovered, they wouldn't make any moves for the time being, lest they were discovered by the people of Sea City. On the other hand, if China wanted to send another group of people to investigate, they might have to contact the corpse hunters from Sea City. Even if they couldn't sneak in with these corpse hunters, they might be able to cooperate with these corpse hunters and have them go in to investigate. Of course, if they didn't cooperate. In that case, they could also take tough measures to make them do it. However, all of this required time. However, as long as one wasn't an idiot, with the close working relationship between Ocean City and the Universal Life Base, they would probably have their suspicions. He believed that even if Xikong Chen's movements weren't fast, they shouldn't be slow either. Keep an eye on China and Skyfire Base. Report back immediately if anything happens. Lin Qiao lowered his eyes and touched his chin. After pondering for a while, he spoke without changing his expression. He waved his hand at Xie Dong, telling him to call it a day. Yes, sir. Xie Dong's expression grew solemn. He nodded, then turned and left. After Lin Qiao said this, he remained in his original position and thought for a while. Then he let go and walked back to the nursery. Send out the order. At 2 in the afternoon, all the executives are to gather in the first meeting hall. Lin Qiao said to Shen Yuzhen, then went in. Yes. Shen Yuzhen had already left after receiving the instructions. She hurriedly went to make a notice. Once inside the nursery, Lin Qiao asked her, "What's going on?" She was going to tell everyone to gather in the first meeting hall. Lin Qiao knew things weren't as simple as they seemed. Conference Hall Number 1 was the largest conference hall in Base Number 1. Under normal circumstances, Lin Qiao would not hold a meeting there. It was usually held in the smaller meeting hall, or in the second base's meeting hall. Haiqing's smokescreen has been broken. China knows Haiqing can't grow food. It's just that they haven't found out about us yet. I need to make arrangements as soon as possible. Lin Qiao walked over and began to pack the things Xiaoting needed. When Lin Qiao heard this, he knew the situation wasn't good for Base All. He thought for a moment and asked, "Will China target us?" The things in Lin Qiao's hands disappeared and were thrown into the space. She glanced at him. "Do you think Xikong Qin won't consider us based on our current cooperation with Haiqing?" Lin Qiao nodded. "Oh, that's true." After packing for a while, Lin Qiao carried Xiaoting out of the medical center. She returned to the dormitory in Base 2 and began her life as a nanny. When she went to the office to work, she put Xiaoting on the sofa. Anyway, this child could only move now. Of course, he wouldn't be like an ordinary child who would cry and scream at the slightest provocation. Moreover, Xiaoting could ask for anything he needed. Therefore, Lin Qiao threw him on the sofa and laid him down. Xiaoting looked at his little hands in boredom. He could still raise and move them a little, and he could still kick his legs a little. But he couldn't crawl or walk. His bones were still too soft. However, he could drink milk, which meant that he could grow like a normal baby. Looking at the speed at which he opened his eyelids, he might grow faster than others in the future. Xiaoting wasn't in a hurry, but he still wanted to be able to move freely sooner or later. He should move his hands and feet more and treat it as training. Therefore, in the quiet leader's office, Lin Qiao lowered his head and worked with a pen. From time to time, he would look up at Xiaoting on the sofa. However, when he saw the kid stomping his feet and waving his hands, the image of the kid swinging around with vines on his head flashed in his mind. In the afternoon, Lin Qiao brought the meeting materials. He carried Xiaoting to Base 1 and prepared for the meeting. Before arriving at the conference hall, Lin Qiao didn't let Xiaoting appear in front of everyone. Instead, he placed him on the sofa in the small building in the space and let him lie there for a while. There is only one topic for today's meeting. It is to prepare for war. From today onwards, there will be at least 1 to 2 months as a buffer period. Sitting in the main seat, Lin Qiao took off his hat and put it on the table beside him. Then, he placed his elbows on the table and clasped his fingers in front of his face. A pair of sharp eyes slowly swept across everyone's faces. Chapter 986. It had been a few months since they had seen Lin Qiao in her military uniform. Those who didn't know why she had been wearing a loose dress for the past few months. Those who knew were expressionless, and there was nothing strange about them. Yuan Tianqing's expression had calmed down a lot. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, everyone was stunned. She continued, "Haiqing and China have fallen out. China must be keeping an eye on Haiqing to find its weakness. Now that the situation of Sea City's plantation base was known to China, Sikong Chen's main goal was to know the source of fresh food in Sea City. I believe that it won't be long before they find out about us. Everyone then realized the seriousness of the matter. What was the most important thing in the post-apocalyptic world? Food was the most important thing now. Since the mutated soil couldn't be eaten, even if China wanted to deal with Haiqing, they had to solve their own food problem before taking any action. However, he definitely couldn't stop gathering information. As long as they had enough time, they would be able to use all sorts of methods to get information from Haiqing. Haiqing had to defend against the underground creatures and the mutated rat nests. Now, there was the threat of China. They were facing enemies on 3 fronts. With their current military strength, the humans couldn't even think about it. Small skirmishes were fine, but if the other party sent a large army, they could only rely on the zombie army. Now, we have to investigate all the suspicious characters in the base to prevent the possibility of being betrayed. Chen Yuding will handle this matter. After that, Yuan Tianqing, you'll have to increase the patrols around the base. Keep an eye on the area within 5 kilometers of the base. In addition, Xia Dong, send people to keep an eye on the zombie hunting teams that leave the city. If you see them outside the base, bring them back immediately. Elmar, your task is to keep an eye on the underground creatures. Don't worry about this matter for now. Lin Qiao said. There weren't many zombie hunting teams in Haiqing. There were only a few dozen of them. It wasn't difficult to send people to keep an eye on them when they left the base. The zombie army would be trained by Xia Dong, while Elmar and Qiu Lily would suppress them. As for the human army, Yuan Tianqing would personally lead Li Zhang and the rest to train and suppress them. The internal affairs of the other bases were mostly handed over to Chen Yuding, Du Yuanqing, and the others. Because the base was still very small, Lin Qiao had not separated the military headquarters. He could only wait until the base had more than 30,000 people. There were only a few thousand people now, so there wasn't much to divide. The number of people in the army, including ordinary people and ability users, was less than 3,000. The remaining 2,000 people were mostly women, the elderly, the disabled, and the dozens of corpse hunters. Although Yuan Tianqing had gathered 3 ordinary zombie regiments from the human army, compared to Lin Qiao's 3 ordinary zombie regiments, they were not enough to deal with the zombies. On one side, ordinary humans made up 90% of the population, while arcanists only made up 10%. On one side were level 3 and 4 zombies, there was no comparison at all. Then. Sea City. Who will go? Lin Feng asked with a frown. Since Sea City had already spread the news, they would definitely have to make a new deployment plan. Now that they were in the same boat as Sea City, they would definitely send people to discuss countermeasures with Sea City. Even if he couldn't come up with ideas, he still had to be present to listen. You go. Lin Qiao glanced at him. When she was assigning tasks, she didn't mention Lin Feng. She was waiting for him here. So you're waiting for me here. Lin Feng glanced at her expressionlessly. If not you, who else do you think is more suitable? Lin Qiao shrugged. She was the only leader in the base, and the 2 deputy leaders were Lin Feng and Yuan Tianqing. Yuan Tianqing had to keep an eye on the movements outside the base, so the one to go to Sea City could only be Lin Feng. Oh, that's fine. I remember someone still owes me a meal. Maybe I can bring Xiao Lu and Wang Shui over for a meal. Lin Feng nodded. She recalled Wu Qingyue saying that his wife and daughter often helped him take care of his daughter, so she wanted to treat them to a meal. After the meeting ended, Lin Qiao walked out of the conference hall and boarded the car to return to Base 2. When she arrived at the office, she carried Xiao Ting out. The kid had fallen asleep again, his eyes closed as he breathed lightly through his nose. Lin Qiao sniffed his breath and didn't wake him up. Instead, she placed him on the sofa and continued to sleep. Xiaoting's breath was a bit strange. It didn't feel like a human's breath at all. She didn't know if it was caused by the virus in his blood. But she didn't sense the same kind of connection between zombies from him. So this kid was like a human among humans, but among zombies, zombies wouldn't care about him. Lin Qiao was a zombie and didn't need to eat, so she buried herself in work. Xiaoting, on the other hand, would be hungry. When he woke up, his stomach rumbled again. "Mama, I'm hungry." When he opened his eyes, he could only see the ceiling. Xiaoting knew that he was lying on a sofa again. He turned his head and looked around. It was Mama's office. He felt the presence of Mama's breath in the air and immediately called out. Lin Qiao raised her head and put down the pen in her hand. Then, she got up and walked over, then flashed into her space. She took out the remaining milk from the moisturizing bottle and fed it to Xiaoting. After feeding him, she had to go in to milk the sheep again. Fortunately, the grass in her space was rich in energy. These sheep and roe deer were all very strong and had enough milk. After feeding, Lin Qiao hugged Xiaoting and gently patted his back for a while. Then, she continued to work, leaving Xiaoting to lie on the sofa alone. Having a workaholic mama was also very tiring. On the other side, Wu Qingyue sat in his room, listening to Li Yuxian's report on Haiqing. He frowned, but there was no expression on his face. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Since the news has been leaked, then make sure to cover up the source of the food, he said faintly. Although he knew that the people from China would find out about this sooner or later, he didn't expect it to be so fast. This could only mean that the other party's methods were smarter than his side. This made Wu Qingyue very unhappy. But what made him unhappy the most was that it was actually because of that female zombie. So at this time, the people from China bumped into him again. Fine, why didn't he burn it himself? Xiao Liqing and Li Yuxian saw his expression and knew that their boss was in a bad mood. But because of what? It was definitely not because of Haiqing. The two of them thought instinctively. Chapter 987. Lin Qiao couldn't help but be urged to leave early by Xiaoting, so she carried Xiaoting back to her dorm room at around 9. She hadn't even stepped through the door when a familiar scent wafted from her room. Lin Qiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. That was enough. Why did this man keep sneaking into her room? She opened the door to find Wu Qingyue sitting on the sofa again. Lin Qiao stared at the bottle of wine on the table. It wasn't hers, but he'd come to her room with a bottle of wine. What was the meaning of this? Wouldn't it be better to make a plate of peanuts to go with the wine? Lin Qiao said softly as she carried the sleeping Xiaoting into the bedroom. Wu Qingyue's face was expressionless. He rose to his feet when Lin Qiao entered. Is he asleep? His voice was husky, but his tone was light. Lin Qiao nodded as she walked over. After a while, she closed the door behind her and sat down on the sofa. She looked at him and said coolly, "Can you change your habit of coming into my room without an invitation? You're a leader, aren't you embarrassed? It's just that you're not there every time." Who would dare tell him about this? Besides, not many people knew he'd come in here. Lin Qiao couldn't be bothered to continue when she saw he was trying to play dumb. She pursed her lips and changed the subject. Then what are you here for? Wu Qingyue poured a glass of wine for himself, then poured a glass for her and pushed it over. As far as I know, China might have their eyes on you because of your relationship with Haiqing. Also, Skyfire Base has been keeping an eye on you for a while now, have you noticed? Lin Qiao's eyes darkened. I know, she said calmly. They've been keeping an eye on us. She'd noticed since the last time she and Wu Qingyue had gone to China to help. No one from Skyfire Base had shown up. When Guikong showed up, she'd had Xie Dong send people to keep an eye on Skyfire Base. Li Xingye thinks China is after Haiqing. He wants a piece of the action, but he doesn't want to get himself involved. They just want to watch Huaxia and Haiqing fight so that they can fish in troubled waters. Wu Qingyue picked up his glass and took a sip before saying, although they expressed their support for Huaxia on the surface, it's actually just spiritual support. Lin Qiao snorted coldly and said, this Li Xingye has always liked to fish in troubled waters. This was in line with Skyfire's style. Coupled with Guikong and He Mu's disappearance, Li Xingye would not dare to make any big moves. I'm afraid I'll be implicated, but I still covet it. Her next target was Skyfire Base, and she was afraid he wouldn't show up. Only by killing Li Xingye and destroying Skyfire Base's systems would he be able to avenge Hades. Considering that there were still hundreds of thousands of ordinary survivors in the Heavenly Fire Base, Lin Qiao did not intend to destroy the entire base. At the very least, it would give those ordinary people a way out. Wu Qingyue didn't say anything. He just took a sip of wine in silence. Lin Qiao looked at him and asked, you came here just to tell me this? Wu Qingyue looked at the wine in his hand and asked, who are you going to send to Haiqing? Lin Feng, Lin Qiao said. I heard you owe him a meal. Wu Qingyue nodded, his expression impassive. That's right. That's fine. I'll treat him to a good meal. He'll bring his wife and child, Lin Qiao said. You'd better be prepared. After saying this, the two of them fell silent again. One drank mouthful after mouthful of wine, while the other sat motionlessly without saying a word. After a while, Wu Qingyue couldn't take it anymore. They weren't more than 2 meters apart, but it felt like they were hundreds of meters apart. He said, have you thought about the baby's name? Lin Qiao nodded. Yes. Wu Qingyue lifted his head to look at her, an indescribable emotion in his eyes. What's it going to be called? He'd agreed not to interfere with the baby's naming, so of course he wouldn't interfere. Even if she said it wasn't a good name, he wouldn't say anything. It would be great if it was up. He just wanted to know. Lin Qiao looked at him for a moment, then spat out 3 words. Wu Cheating. It means to soar. His original form is a vine, so I changed the vine into the ting. Wu Qingyue was startled, then nodded. Good name. His son's surname was Wu, and he was called Wu Cheating. Hearing these 3 words, a strange and subtle feeling spread from his heart. He couldn't help but look at Lin Qiao's bedroom door. He didn't have any objections to the name Lin Qiao gave him. He even felt relieved, at least the name wasn't bad. If this female zombie gave his son a bad name, then he wasn't sure if he would really not interfere. The two of them were silent for a few seconds, then Lin Qiao couldn't help but ask, is there anything else? Wu Qingyue looked at her, the corner of his mouth slightly pursed. Then he said unwillingly, what, you're even annoyed to be alone with me now? You've really wronged me before. Lin Qiao looked at him without saying anything. She had been sitting and didn't stand up to leave in order to save his face. Wu Qingyue looked at her like this, the anger that he had just suppressed rose again. He put the glass on the table, both elbows on his knees, but the words that came out of his mouth were very frustrated. Is it really impossible for me and you? Why are you always like this? Not even giving me a chance. As if using the last bit of strength to finish the last sentence, Wu Qingyue suddenly raised a hand to cover his face. He really thought that after the child was born, at least for the sake of the child, this female zombie's attitude towards him would be more relaxed. This female zombie's attitude towards him would loosen up a bit. Even if she didn't want to accept him for the time being, she probably wouldn't reject him again. But her attitude these 2 days made Wu Qingyue's heart cold. Then he became at a loss. Even if he was a man, he would still get tired. He had been pestering her for so long just to find a way to get close to her heart. But along the way, he almost gave up a few times. Because he couldn't see any hope. In these 2 or 3 months, he finally found that her attitude had softened. But in the blink of an eye, she hid her heart again, shrinking into her shell. Then no matter how he tried to get close to her, he was isolated. And this time, after the child was born, she was no longer restricted around him. In just a short 2 days, she was like a kite that was broken by the wind, making him look up at the distance that was getting farther and farther away. He was really tired. His heart was also very painful. Chapter 988. Lin Qiao didn't see his face, but she was startled by the gloomy atmosphere around him. At this moment, she felt that Wu Qingyue was like a lost child. Panic and helplessness, fear, and not knowing what to do. He could only wait for someone to save him. He'd been able to keep a distance from her a while ago, why was he like this all of a sudden? Wu Qingyue's emotions were real, and it was the first time Lin Qiao had sensed his emotions. This man was always smiling, scheming, calm, and powerful. She had never expected him to reveal such an expression. Lin Qiao was caught off guard. She stared at him blankly for 2 seconds, then said, "Don't tell me you're crying. Are you a 3-year-old?" Wu Qingyue was speechless. The sad atmosphere was gone. He didn't think she'd say something like that. "Can't you just let me pretend to be sad for a while?" Wu Qingyue put his hand down and looked at her helplessly. "I'm going back to Haiqing tomorrow. Aren't you going to say something?" He didn't plan on taking the child to Haiqing, even though he didn't trust the female zombie to take care of the child. But if he asked, she wouldn't agree. "Oh, take care, I won't see you out." Lin Qiao immediately stood up and went to the door in a flash. He opened the door and gestured for them to go out. Wu Qingyue was speechless. Why did he fall in love with this female zombie? Yes, he fell in love. It wasn't just love. The heartache was real. If he hadn't fallen in love, he wouldn't have felt suffocated. Sighing, Wu Qingyue stood up and walked out of Lin Qiao's house. No matter how tired he was, he didn't want to give up. Lin Qiao watched Wu Qingyue leave. She closed the door and her eyes dimmed. She heaved a sigh of relief and looked back at the wine glass on the table. On the other hand, in the leader's quarters of Skyfire Base, Li Jingye sat on the sofa. There were 4 other people in the room. They sat on other sofas and chairs. That means Haiqing can't grow food at all. But they still have fresh vegetables and melons every day. So where did their fresh food come from? Li Jingye furrowed his brows and bent his back. His elbows rested on his spread knees, and his fingers rested on his chin. Do they have a secret base? Or could it be that these plants are not grown from the soil? Mo Quan, one of the deputy leaders, guessed hesitantly. Before the apocalypse, many planting technologies had already developed soilless cultivation of vegetables. Perhaps Haiqing wasn't grown from soil. Li Jingye was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes flashed. That's a very high possibility. Has Sea City actually found a scientist who knows this technology? The others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. I think it's possible. Haiqing was really cunning. Previously, they had used something like the ability to purify the land to deceive the Chinese people and mess up their direction. Are you trying to use this to conceal the true cultivation technique? Another person said, isn't Huaxia known as the technological base with the most scientists and technicians? They don't have such technicians. Even if they do, they won't reveal it, said Li Jingye lightly. Because they need a reason to deal with Haiqing. You mean, no wonder Huaxia was so calm after they fell out with Haiqing. It turns out that they aren't interested in the technology to purify the land. Mo Quan suddenly realized. Hasn't the news of the universal base come out yet? At this time, Li Zhengye looked at another person and asked. That person shook his head and said, this new base's defense is very tight, and the corpse hunters that go in and out are also very vigilant. Most of them are unwilling to cooperate. As for those that cooperate with us, they returned to the universal base after we first came into contact with them and never came out again. I don't know if they were discovered, or if they were afraid of being discovered, so they didn't make a move. Li Jingye thought about it and said, it's been more than 2 months, but there's still no news. It seems that this woman is really not simple. She dared to cripple Hu Zhiyong's hand in front of so many leaders, yet she's still safe and sound. She's definitely not a simple person. Mo Quan also frowned and asked suspiciously, but when Hu Zhiyong died, he was indeed swallowed by the black fire. Why does this sound like the ability of that woman in the Hades base? Could it be the same type? As soon as he mentioned this, everyone's faces darkened. Li Jingye frowned and said gloomily, that woman is definitely dead, but to be able to assassinate a rank 7 metahuman, the level of the killer is definitely not low. At least rank 7. Which base has a rank 7 black fire metahuman now? Everyone shook their heads. Even that woman in the universal base, her ability is only black poison mist. There really isn't anyone with black fire. Forget it, let's continue to watch the universal base. Since those corpse hunters aren't willing to cooperate, we can use force. Li Jingye said at this time. Should we catch them? Mo Quan asked. Li Jingye nodded. We should be able to dig out something from their mouths. A few days later, the universal base and the few corpse hunters that went out with them disappeared inexplicably. Their hands and feet were tied, and their bodies were limp, and they couldn't feel a trace of energy in their bodies. When Mo Chi-Chi opened her eyes, she calmly observed her surroundings. She was in a room that looked like an office, and the sunlight outside the room was a little orange. It should be evening. The tables and chairs in the room were placed in a messy position, and from the decorations on the table, it could be seen that the place was in a panic. A thick layer of dust had fallen on the table, indicating that no one had been here for a long time. Mo Chi-Chi looked around, and there was no one else other than herself. The doors and windows were also closed, and there were some footprints on the ground, telling her that someone had been here before. She sat up against the wall, and there was a numbing pain in her leg. She remembered that before she fainted, she was shot with an anesthetic needle in her leg. When she fell, everyone else fell with her, and then her vision became blurry. At this time, the door opened, and an unfamiliar man's voice rang out, "Yo, Beauty is awake." The other party called her Beauty, but it didn't mean that Mo Chi-Chi was a beauty. It was because there were very few women in the apocalypse, and young girls were called beauties. In fact, it was just a title. Mo Chi-Chi looked up and saw an unfamiliar man wearing a baseball cap, loose camouflage clothes, and thick-soled military shoes walking over. Chapter 989. Mo Chi-Chi looked at the man expressionlessly, her eyes calm. The man looked very ordinary, with a very dark face. He was probably tanned from being outside a lot. However, the man was very tall, and when he walked in, he looked like a giant with an oppressive aura. I thought you would shout, "Who are you?" The man walked in front of Mo Chi-Chi, then squatted down and looked at her with a smile. Mo Chi-Chi just looked at him coldly, her lips pressed into a straight line, and she didn't say anything. Seeing her like this, the man just sneered. He said, "If you want your companions to live, then answer my questions obediently. Otherwise, they might be thrown out to feed the zombies." Chi then said coldly, "What do you want to know?" The man immediately smiled proudly and said, "Hey, that's right. As long as you are willing to cooperate, naturally we won't do anything to you. First, how many people does the base have now? Apart from the level 7 female leader and the 2 level 6 deputy leaders, how many other level 6 arcanists have submitted to the universal base?" Chi looked at him, sat up straight, and leaned against the wall with her legs bent. He said to him, "You have 2 questions. Can you exchange them for 2 of my team members?" The man shook his head and said, "No, I can only give you 1. Chi glared at him coldly, but she didn't show any excitement. She nodded and said, "Okay, 1 then. I want to see people." She knew that now was not the time to talk terms with the man. She was the one being controlled, and the man could give as many people as he wanted, it wasn't up to her. The man's eyes flashed, then he stood up with a smile. He nodded and clapped his hands, "Okay." The sound of footsteps could be heard from outside the door. 2 men in field combat clothes pushed a man whose hands were tied behind his back. "Chi. Are you okay?" The man with his hands tied immediately showed a look of joy when he saw Chi. He looked at her excitedly and asked with concern. Chi sat at the foot of the wall, looked up at him, and nodded, "I'm fine." The man who was brought in was the vice captain of Chi's corpse hunting team, Fan. The man standing in front of Chi smiled and looked down at her. "Okay, you can answer now." Chi looked at him and said, "I don't know." A cold light flashed in the man's eyes, and his killing intent directly pressed down on Chi. "Do you want him to die?" Chi leaned against the wall and raised her chin. "However," he said calmly, "I didn't say that I would answer your question. And what I said was the truth. I don't know." The man pulled out his gun and aimed it at Fan's face. Although he was pointing his gun at the hostage, his eyes narrowed dangerously at Chi. "I'll ask again. How many people are there in the universal base? Who are the level 6 arcanists?" Chi looked at him contemptuously and said, "The military has always been a secret. How could I know? Moreover, I've only joined this new base for less than 3 months. How could I know such confidential information? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The last sentence was actually disdainfully calling men mentally retarded. "You. Very good. It seems that you don't care about your companions at all." The man glared at Chi and shouted. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fan. He shouted at Chi, "Don't care about us. You run." He knew that with Chi's strength, it would not be difficult for her to escape alone. But if she did it for them, then it would be troublesome. Every time they went out to hunt zombies, everyone was prepared to die. So it didn't matter if they died under the claws of zombies or in the hands of these unknown people. None of them were afraid or timid. "You shut up." The man was interrupted, immediately scolded, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! At the same time, Chi, who was leaning against the wall softly, suddenly jumped up and rolled on the ground. She didn't know when she broke free from her hands that were previously hidden behind her back. As soon as she moved, her right hand instantly swung toward Fan. A few sparkling and translucent rays of light shot out. At the same time, after her body rolled, a silver light flashed and the rope on her feet was released. Chi rolled out and swept a leg toward the tall man's lower body. The man did not expect Chi to suddenly move in this situation and was immediately swept away by Chi's kick. At this time, the bullet that flew toward Fan had already turned into an ice bullet. But when it hit Fan's body, it shattered into a pile of ice powder. Puff pu dash, 2 muffled sounds were heard. The two people behind Do Yunfan grunted at the same time and fell down. Do Yunfan looked back and saw that the two people had a bloody hole in their necks. There was also a transparent ice rhombus sticking out of the bloody hole. After the tall man fell to the ground, he immediately reacted and rolled on the ground, quickly escaping from Imochichi's attack range. At the same time, the gun in his hand immediately turned back and fired 3 bullets at Imochichi. Bang, bang, bang dash. Imochichi had already noticed it the moment he turned his gun around. He immediately turned around and rolled behind a nearby desk, using it as a cover. The man saw Imochichi's nimble movements and knew that he was at a disadvantage. He did not stay any longer and retreated to the door while shooting at Do Yunfan unwillingly. He thought that even if he failed, he would drag someone down with him. He did not know why the drug that suppressed Imochichi's ability had disappeared so quickly, but now was not the time to find out. Do Yunfan felt the danger and immediately dodged to the door. The bullet grazed his arm and hit the wall outside the door. At this time, the man heard a piercing sound in his ear and subconsciously turned his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a sharp icicle flying towards him, bringing with it a hint of coldness. The tall man did not have time to think and immediately jumped and rolled on the ground. But just as he rolled on the ground, he felt a sharp pain in his leg. He realized that one of the icicles had pierced into his leg. Just when the man thought that it was just an icicle, he felt a sudden numbness in his leg. Suddenly, he felt an icy numbness in his injured leg, and then he lost all feeling in his leg. Ha! The man turned his head to look at his leg and saw that a layer of ice had formed on his thigh. Losing the feeling in one of his legs made the man a little flustered. At this time, he was lying on the ground, guarding against Imochichi while using his elbow to push forward to find cover. But as soon as he moved, the frozen leg suddenly became lighter. Bang! The sound of ice breaking rang out at the same time. Chapter 990. As soon as the man turned his head, he saw a scene that made his eyes pop out. His leg, which had been frozen into a block of ice, shattered into pieces. Although he could no longer feel his leg, the impact of seeing this scene made the man scream in horror. At this moment, there was a flurry of footsteps outside the door, and a group of people was quickly coming this way. Imochichi had a bad feeling in her heart, and it was not good to stay here for long. She immediately turned and quickly flashed to the side of the window, opened the window, and immediately jumped out. As soon as her figure disappeared, a group of people immediately appeared at the door and rushed in with guns. On another building not far from this office building, a figure stood behind a dark cover and stared at the situation here. This was a zombie, wearing a camouflage military uniform for field operations, and his eyes were black without any white. His face was pale and blue, and if it wasn't for the 2 pieces of white paper in his nostrils, he would be quite decent. Of course, he didn't block his nose to stop the nosebleed, but because the group of people he was staring at smelled too bad. Seeing Imochichi and Do Yunfan escape, this zombie didn't help them. This was because his mission still needed to listen to their conversation to determine the situation before he could make the next move. If these people were forced to not say anything about the universal base, then his mission would be to save them. But if they were forced to say anything about the universal base, then his mission would be to kill them. After seeing Imochichi successfully escape, the zombie felt that there might be no need for him to intervene in the next matter. But this group of people who were kidnapped from the universal base couldn't be let go. After Imochichi found Do Yunfan, the 2 of them were thinking of a way to save the other team members from the kidnappers. The situation of the other team was very intense. Chinyu covered her injured shoulder with one hand as she panted and ran forward. But her body was getting weaker and weaker. She leaned against a wall and looked back. The sweat and dust on her face stuck a few strands of her hair to her face, but she didn't have the mood to care. A ruthless light flashed in her eyes, and she immediately let go of the hand that was covering her wound and quickly left while holding the wall. Although the people chasing behind him were still far away, the distance between them wasn't safe either. Moreover, she was about to run out of strength, so she had to find a place to hide first. Although she was shot by the anesthetic needle, she did not immediately fall into a coma. She could still move, but her abilities seemed to have disappeared, and she could not release them. Of the 3 men chasing her, only one was a level 4 ability user, the other 2 were level 3. If it weren't for her ability being suppressed, she wouldn't have to be afraid of him. But now that she couldn't use her special ability, she could only escape. She knew what they were here for. They were from Skyfire Base, weren't they? They just wanted to get information about the Universal Base from the corpse hunters who had joined the Universal Base. Previously, Qin Yu's team had encountered these people, but they did not agree to cooperate with them. Last time, the other party didn't use such a forceful method. Was he finally unable to endure it this time? Qin Yu's footsteps were unstable as she ran forward. When she saw a shopping mall in front of her, she immediately ran over. There was a movie theater at the top of the mall. Maybe she could hide there. Qin Yu thought her pursuers would soon catch up, but they were stopped. Looking at the sudden appearance of more than 100 zombies blocking the way, the 3 of them were a little confused. What's going on? Did the medicine we sprayed on ourselves wear off? Didn't we say we had half a month? One of the level 3 adepts asked. Are you blind? Can't you see that these zombies are covering their noses with one hand? The rank 4 metahuman snappily said. Oh, these zombies are covering their noses with their hands. These look like ordinary zombies, right? How could their IQ be so high? I saw it, but I can't believe it. The subordinate replied. Cut the crap, they're coming. The level 4 metahuman shouted and immediately released his ability to attack the zombies that had begun to rush over. He attacked as he retreated. Damn it, that woman got away. The level 4 adept said, his expression a little angry. That woman was the captain, she must know more than the people they had captured. In the end, she managed to escape. Who would have thought that the needle didn't knock her down? And where did these zombies come from? They even thought of covering their noses to deal with the smell on their bodies. On the side of a 5-story building, a figure stood against the wall. This figure was a woman, oh no, a female zombie. Because under her sunglasses was a pair of iconic black eyes without the scara. The female zombie was wearing a gray and black camouflage uniform. Her dry hair was tied into a low ponytail, and she wore a black baseball cap on her head. The ponytail just happened to come out from the back of the cap, hanging down her back. When the female zombie saw the fight below, her figure immediately flashed. She jumped down behind the 3 people, preparing to kill them from behind. Qin Yu still didn't know that her pursuers had been blocked. At this time, she used the last bit of her sanity and strength to climb up the mall, found the movie theater, and then used the flashlight to find the door of the giant screen hall and went in. Stumbling to the last row, she directly lay down in the corner. She couldn't think of anything else, and just fainted. She didn't even have time to bandage the wound on her arm. In the leader's office of Universal Base No. 2, Lin Chao listened to Xie Dong's report about the recent disappearances of the zombie hunters, and smiled coldly. It seemed that Li Xingye was finally willing to take action. This time, he actually sent 3,000 soldiers to capture people. Did they think the Universal Base could capture them as they pleased? She calmly continued to read through the documents and said, keep an eye on their retreat, don't let them have a chance to send the information back. Understood. Xie Dong nodded. He sent out 300 level 4 zombies and 50 level 5 zombies to form a zombie army. They were divided into 3 groups, one to keep an eye on the outsiders' retreat, another to keep an eye on their main camp, The last group was to disrupt their hunt. So the zombies that appeared near Mo Chi-Chi and Qin Yu's group were sent by Xie Dong. Skyfire's 3,000 troops were camped in a well-hidden hotel building about 10 kilometers away from the Universal Base. The tanks were hidden in the underground parking lot, and the soldiers were hiding in the hotel rooms. If Lin Chao hadn't sent people to keep an eye on Skyfire Base, they wouldn't have discovered the army so quickly. Chapter 991. It had been half a month since little Ting Ting was born. Even though she had been absorbing energy every night, Lin Chao's zombie core had only recovered to 30%. She still needed more time to recover. Her attack power was not low, but 30% of the zombie core's energy was not enough for her to fight for long. However, she did not intend to take action personally. At least, she did not need to take action against the 3,000 human soldiers. Lin Chao took out a piece of paper, drawing and scribbling as he pointed to the restaurant where Skyfire's forces were located. They have a lot of troops here, but they've sent their adepts out to catch the hunters. Why don't you gather the ordinary zombies in the area and send a rank 5 leader to stop the rank 5 adepts from coming back to regroup with the main force? Then you can lead the zombie tide to take over the hotel. Is there a problem? Xie Dong looked at her drawing and shook his head. It's not a big problem. Lin Chao nodded, leaned back in his chair and said, then go. After Xie Dong left, Lin Chao looked at the baby lying on the sofa out of habit. Ting Ting had fallen asleep again. He always fell asleep easily and was not afraid of the noise. On the other side, in a hotel building 50 kilometers away from Skyfire Base. This was originally a 5-star hotel. The building was very luxurious and the underground parking lot was huge. After Doomsday, this place had been empty, and no one had come here. The plants around the hotel were either mutated or dead. The mutated vines crawled all over the exterior of the hotel, and the plants in the garden of the hotel were also growing crazily. Originally, there were a lot of zombies in this area, but at this time, the hotel was quiet and empty. There was not even a shadow of a ghost, let alone a shadow of a zombie. In one of the rooms of the hotel, a man stood by the window, smoking a cigarette. He was the commander of this operation, Huang Qingfeng, a 32-year-old man. He looked rough, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His thin lips were pressed into a straight line, and his facial features exuded a barbaric air. Huang Qingfeng was neither tall nor short, about the height of a normal man. But the camouflage uniform on his body was stretched out by the muscles inside, giving him a sense of power. He shook the cigarette in his hand out of the window, and the ash fell to the ground. A subordinate wearing the same camouflage uniform came in. Boss, we haven't found the 2 women. Huang Qingfeng's expression darkened. The air pressure around him turned cold. He snorted and said, you're too useless. You can't even catch 2 women. The subordinate said, they are all level 5 paranormals. Huang Qingfeng said coldly, we already caught him, but he still managed to escape. What do you think? Did she think that she could let her guard down just because she was a woman? Do you think a woman who dares to leave the base to hunt zombies is easy to deal with? The subordinate could only lower his head and shut his mouth. Huang Qingfeng threw away the cigarette but in his hand angrily. TSK, they are obviously 2 good-looking women. I thought I could get rid of some meat, but I didn't expect him to escape. Huang Qingfeng and the others rarely touched women's bodies. When they came here and found out that there were 2 groups of targets with women, and they heard that they looked quite young, they immediately had some thoughts. In the end, he ran away before he even saw him. After a moment of silence, Huang Qingfeng asked, when will the first batch of people arrive? The subordinate said, he's already on his way back. Huang Qingfeng was so angry that his lungs hurt. He scolded, nonsense, of course I know they're on their way back. If they're not on their way back, are they going to spend the winter here? Where am I asking? How far is it? How long will it take for them to arrive? The subordinate immediately replied, Oh, it's still more than 10 kilometers away. It'll take about 10 to 20 minutes. Huang Qingfeng immediately waved his men away. All right, send someone out to receive them. Don't let anything happen again, especially if those two women are in the same group. Keep a close eye on them. I'm waiting for those two women to come and rescue them. Speaking of this, a cold smile appeared on his face. Ran away. It doesn't matter. Their team members are still here. When they arrive, they won't be afraid that they won't come to rescue them. At this moment, a soldier in charge of keeping watch on the roof of the hotel suddenly put down his binoculars. He looked puzzled and hesitant. He raised the binoculars to his eyes again and took a look. He then waved his hand to beckon his comrade who was not far away. Lao San, come here for a moment. Another soldier who was more than 10 meters away from him turned around and looked at him. He habitually asked, What's wrong? Although he asked this, he had already turned around and walked over. The soldier holding the binoculars said, Come over and take a look. There seems to be some movement 500 meters away. The soldier who walked over turned around and looked in the direction where he was holding the binoculars. It was a little far and he couldn't see anything. What movement? The soldier holding the binoculars handed him the binoculars, raised his hand and pointed in a direction. He said, Look over there. It's about 500 meters away. It's at the bar. The soldier who walked over took the binoculars and looked at it. He saw a green street in the image. There were 2 rows of landscape trees planted in the middle of the road. They had already mutated. There were shops and bars on both sides of the road. Apart from the dense leaves and the shops and buildings that occasionally peeked out from the leaves, there was nothing else to be seen. What? What did you see? He asked in confusion. Look carefully. The second soldier took a serious look again. Suddenly, he saw some swaying figures on the road between the leaves and the shops. As soon as he saw their unnatural gait and twisted limbs, he knew what it was. They weren't people, they were zombies. It wasn't strange to see zombies at the end of the world. What was strange was that these zombies were squeezed together in groups. It was like a large army approaching them. Each of them had been sprayed with the gas to isolate the zombies. With so many people squeezing together, the smell was even stronger. Originally, half of the zombies here had been killed by them. Now, it was impossible for zombies to be willing to come here. I'll go find the captain. You continue to watch. The soldier holding the binoculars fiercely stuffed the binoculars into his companion's hands. He left a sentence and turned around in a hurry. The remaining soldier took the binoculars and looked again. Sure enough, it wasn't his eyes that were playing tricks on him. There really was a large number of zombies coming this way. Looking at the more and more zombies that appeared over there, he saw that there were dozens of them from the gaps between the leaves and the buildings. What about the places that he couldn't see? How many would there be? Not long after, familiar footsteps immediately came from behind. Their captain came. There are really zombies coming this way. The captain came up and directly took the binoculars to look. Chapter 992. The team leader who was called to the rooftop looked at it with the binoculars for a while. His expression changed and he looked around. He held the binoculars for a full 30 seconds. After looking around for a while, he finally put down the binoculars and gave them to his subordinate. Without saying anything, he turned around and left quickly. Huang Qingfeng was waiting for the hunter squad to come back with the captives. Suddenly, he saw the team leader who was in charge of the surrounding area rushing down. Report, there's an emergency. What's the hurry? Huang Qingfeng looked at him and asked. The team leader said, the area within a 500-meter radius of the hotel is surrounded by zombies. There are zombies all around, and the number is estimated to be no less than 3,000. They're coming towards us. Huang Qingfeng frowned. When he frowned, his face was filled with ferocity. He asked, what did you say? We're surrounded by zombies. And they're coming over. The team leader nodded and said with certainty, yes, they're coming towards us. There's a lot of them, but they're very quiet. I suspect there might be high-level zombies. Huang Qingfeng didn't believe it, but his subordinate wouldn't lie about the information. He thought that the other party must have confirmed it before telling him. He was puzzled and said, impossible. Are you sure? The team leader put his feet together and saluted him. He said solemnly, report. I've looked for a few seconds to confirm it. It won't take me more than a few seconds to be dazzled. And the guards on the rooftop saw it. Huang Qingfeng immediately turned around, picked up the binoculars on the table beside him, and strode out of the room. He ran up to the top of the building. When he reached the top, he only took a glance with the binoculars and immediately gave an order. Everyone, prepare for battle. Bring out the tanks and aim in all directions. As soon as he gave the order, the soldiers who were originally staying in the various rooms of the hotel quickly swarmed out. They carried their guns and cannons and circled around the hotel building to find shelter. The muzzles of the cannons were all set up and aimed outside. These zombies moved very slowly, walking a few hundred meters at a leisurely pace. Huang Qingfeng looked for a while on the rooftop and his face turned gloomy. Because the roads around the hotel were all blocked by zombies, he could jump over the roofs of the surrounding buildings and leave, but his army could not. Let the soldiers spray the zombie isolating agent on their bodies, then concentrate on this path and rush out. Huang Qingfeng said as he pointed at one of the paths, then jumped down from the roof. Fire! In a flash, Huang Qingfeng landed beside the cannoneer soldier at the bottom of the path that Huang Qingfeng had just pointed out and immediately gave the order. After giving this order, he immediately turned his head and shouted, "Get in the car and move." After he gave the order, the gunner next to him immediately aimed and fired. Boom, there was an explosion, and a cloud of black smoke rose. Half of the zombies on the opposite road were blown up, but there were still more coming from the back. At this time, a mournful zombie roar suddenly sounded, roar-attack. After the order to attack was issued, the originally slow-moving zombies suddenly changed their mode. They suddenly became crazy and rushed forward with their claws and fangs. Release again. Huang Qingfeng frowned and ordered again. Boom! There was another explosion. Another group of zombies were blown up. At this time, the vehicles in the underground parking lot drove up, honking and driving towards the road where Huang Qingfeng was. Get in the car. After seeing the vehicles, Huang Qingfeng immediately asked the soldiers outside to get in. In addition to the vehicles, there were also military trucks coming from the back. At this time, 3 modified off-road vehicles that were more than 10 kilometers away heard the explosion and immediately stopped. What's going on? Is there a battle at the hotel? And isn't the movement a bit too big? Did the commander and the others encounter a situation? I don't know. But they must have encountered it. A person got out of the first vehicle, looked around, then jumped to the top of a tall building and looked in the direction of the hotel. There were indeed several clouds of thick smoke rising, and it was spreading in one direction, as if the firepower had shifted. The person jumped down from the top of the building and landed on the roof of the car and said, "Let's go and have a look first, the firepower there is very strong." I don't know what happened, we need to get closer to know. The 3 vehicles immediately drove forward. But not long after, they suddenly stopped. Because there was a group of zombies standing quietly on the road in front, there were at least 100 of them blocking the road. Damn! Why are there so many zombies blocking this road? Why does it look like they are waiting for us? The driver of the first vehicle stepped on the brake, looked at the group of zombies 70 to 80 meters away, and stared in disbelief. Look up, there are two people standing on the roof of the next building. Suddenly, the person in the co-driver's seat stuck his head out of the window and pointed to a building above. The man who was originally standing on the roof also saw the two figures on the roof at this time, but the aura coming from the two figures was very strong. At this time, the people in the three vehicles felt an irresistible sense of oppression shrouding them. At this time, suddenly, one of the two people disappeared. Before they could react, there was a sudden bang sound on the roof, and then the person on the roof was thrown down. The man who was thrown out of the car was stunned when he rolled on the ground, but when he looked up and saw a pair of black eyes without the scara, the hair on his body immediately stood up. This is a zombie. He was thrown down by the zombie, and then was pressed under it. He believed that this zombie could open its mouth and bite him in the next second. Just when this thought flashed in the man's mind, and at the same time his body instinctively wanted to struggle, suddenly a wet touch brushed past his face. When he reacted, he found that his face was smeared with the zombie's saliva. This zombie did not bite him, but used its tongue to brush his face. It was like an animal marking its prey. Damn! Aren't you a zombie? Shouldn't you bite him? You're not a dog, why are you licking? Just when the man was stunned by the saliva licking his face, the remaining figure on the distant roof also disappeared, in the blink of an eye appeared on the roof of the first vehicle, and said to the zombie that licked him with a face that could not bear to look at, "Why are you licking? Bite him to death. Bite!" After Lou finished speaking, he felt very tired. He didn't know where the leader found this audio. There was simply a big hole in his brain. He didn't listen to what was said, didn't remember when he heard it, and didn't do it when he remembered it. Jumping on people and licking them, not distinguishing between friend and foe, what's wrong with him? Chapter 993. Hearing Lou say that he could bite, Joe's face immediately changed. His 10 fingernails suddenly bent and pressed down on the man. Then he grimaced and lowered his head. His movements were very fast, so fast that the man didn't have time to struggle and screamed, "Ah dash, bang, bang, bang dash." His screams immediately made everyone react. The guns in their hands quickly shot at Joe. The people in the car behind all stuck their heads and hands out of the window and shot at Lou on the roof of the first car. Lou just flashed and disappeared. Then they suddenly felt the car under them shake. Puff, puff, puff dash. Before they noticed anything, several sharp stone protrusions suddenly shot out from the ground under the chassis of the first and last two cars, directly penetrating the two cars from the bottom to the top. Some people in the car didn't dodge and were penetrated. Some reacted quickly and quickly rolled out of the window and rolled to the ground. At this time, the group of zombies blocking in front suddenly rushed over here. Their faces were ferocious and they opened their mouths to reveal a mouthful of white teeth. They waved their claws and rushed forward. They surged forward in a crazy and ferocious manner. Because the car in the middle was carrying a hostage, Lou didn't attack this car. But the wheel was pierced and the car was directly destroyed. So when the people in the car got out, they also dragged the people of the base with their hands tied and their bodies drugged. They pulled them back, wanting to escape and take away the people they caught. This was their mission, and they had to complete it even if they died. After Joe bit the person he threw himself at, he saw several bullets shooting at him. He didn't dodge, but firmly pressed down the struggling person on the ground and continued to bite. Puff, puff, puff dash, the bullets hit him, but he didn't care. Okay, it's enough to bite him to death. Don't eat so much, be careful that the leader will punish you when we get back. Did you forget what the leader said? At this time, Lou flashed to his side, grabbed Joe's collar, and then threw him to the side. He casually glanced at the corpse on the ground, which had half its neck bitten off by Joe. Then, he turned around and stretched out his hand towards the people who were running away. Then, he made a strange movement with his palm. As the group of people ran, a crack suddenly appeared under their feet, and 2 or 3 of them who couldn't stop in time fell into the crack. Someone reacted quickly and grabbed the edge of the crack. As a result, the person who was holding onto the edge of the crack was immediately kicked down by the zombie hunters who were tied up. Don't move. If you move, I'll kill them. The Skyfire soldiers pointed their guns at the base and shouted at Alu. At this time, Alu's face is wearing sunglasses, no one can see that he is a zombie. The people present only saw Joe, the zombie, but this zombie seemed to be controlled by the man wearing sunglasses. It was the same for the zombies. Holding on to their last glimmer of hope, Skyfire's people assumed he was there to rescue the men they'd captured. Therefore, when there was no way out, they immediately used their lives to threaten the other party. Alu's face was expressionless, and he stood quietly without a word. The members of Heavenly Fire thought that their actions had deterred the other party and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they cautiously retreated to the side with the hostages in their hands, trying to find a way to escape. Alu's eyes narrowed beneath his glasses. The sweet smell of flesh and blood permeated the air around him. He licked his teeth, trying to ignore the hunger in his heart. He really did want to save the people from Universal, because they hadn't revealed their location to outsiders. For that reason alone, Alu wouldn't let them die. But he wasn't going to let them go. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, there was a series of explosions. Several of the Skyfire soldiers standing in obvious positions had their heads blown off. The man who'd pointed his gun at the hostages had his head sliced in half. Red and white blood sprayed out, spraying the faces of the people around him. It was a long-range sniper rifle that had blown off their heads. 1,000 meters away, there was a man lying prone on the roof of a building, armed with a long-range sniper rifle. Of course, if he took off his sunglasses, it was hard to tell if he was human or not. Alu's hand moved when he saw the enemies' heads explode. The ground where the people from the Universal Life Base were standing suddenly caved in, and they fell into a pit that was not very deep. The 3 remaining Skyfire soldiers were pounced on by the zombies that came out of nowhere and ripped to shreds. By the time everything was cleaned up, the bodies were eaten by the zombies. Only then did Alu bring the people from the 4 underground bases up. These are special times, please come back to the base with me. As he spoke, 2 cars drove out from the fork in the road. They untied the 4 men and helped them into the cars. Since they'd seen their fighting style, they had to be taken back to deal with the aftermath. Juror. Alu leapt onto the roof of the car and sat cross-legged. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips clean, not caring if he couldn't lick them clean. As a result, the area around his mouth was still sticky with red blood. On the other side, Chin-Yu was unconscious in the cinema. Not long after she fell unconscious, the door to the giant screen hall she was in opened and a figure walked in. He didn't take out his flashlight to illuminate the place, instead sniffing left and right. Then he made his way to the last row. He quickly made his way to Chin-Yu's seat, helped her up, and helped her to a chair. Chin-Yu's wound was still bleeding, the result of a wind blade. It was deep. The shadowy figure looked at the wound, and couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. Then he exhaled. Then he pulled out the equipment in his pocket. First aid gauze and hemostatic powder. He sprinkled the powder on Chin-Yu's wound, then tied 3 knots in the gauze. Once the wound was dealt with, the shadowy figure took out a tube of medicine, opened her jaw, and poured it into her mouth. Then he got up, carried her on his back, and walked out of the theater. After walking out of the theater, the shadowy figure's face was revealed. Black hat, black sunglasses, a camouflage combat uniform, and long hair tied behind her head. It was the female zombie that controlled the zombies to intercept the 3 people chasing after Chinyu. She was a level 5 female zombie, and also one of the dozens of level 5 leaders Xie Dong brought for this operation. Her height was a bit taller than Chinyu, at least 1.75 model height, and it was a standard model body. Only wearing a loose combat uniform, she didn't seem so slender, but gave people a kind of heroic spirit. Chapter 994. At night, Xie Dong sent the news back to Lin Qiao. The people that should be saved were all saved, and the people that should be killed were all killed. Did anyone miss out? Lin Qiao looked at the level 4 wind zombie in front of her and asked. This level 4 wind zombie was one of the first few level 4 zombies that she gave to Xie Dong. It was also the fastest one, so if Xie Dong didn't report personally, he would be sent. The level 4 wind zombie shook his head, indicating that no one escaped. Lin Qiao nodded, "That's good, you can go." She didn't need to say anything more, since Xie Dong was an old officer in the army. He knew how to clean up the traces and collect the spoils of war after the battle. The level 4 wind zombie quickly turned around and left Lin Qiao's office. "Mama, I'm hungry." Just when the wind zombie left, Ting Ting, who was lying on the sofa, opened his mouth. He said softly. Lin Qiao looked at him with annoyance and said, "You just drank a bowl of milk an hour ago. Why are you hungry so quickly?" Ting Ting also said with annoyance, "I'm just hungry, my intestines are good at digestion, I'm a baby." Lin Qiao looked at him speechlessly. "Is there a baby that can talk as soon as he is born? Other than your short body, you don't look like a baby at all." When Ting Ting heard that he was short, he immediately exploded, "I will grow up quickly. I'm not short. I'm still developing. Can you treat me like a normal baby?" "I'm still a baby." After a week of growth, Ting Ting had grown into a white and chubby little bun, and he had enough strength to talk. He wouldn't be like the beginning, where he had to rest after speaking for a long time. He even had the strength to shout. Lin Qiao quickly reached out her hand to stop him. Okay, I got it. Don't use your demonic voice to attack me. Little man, you've changed since you became a boy. You're not like the cute little man from before." As soon as she finished, Ting Ting began to shout again, "Oh mama, can you call me by my current name? Don't always call me little man, it's so annoying." Lin Qiao rolled her eyes at him and said without giving him any face, "I've gotten used to it and can't change it. What can I do?" "It's my fault," Ting Ting said angrily. "If I don't blame you, do you want to blame me? It's been so many days, Mama, you should have changed. Yo, you two are fighting again." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the door of Lin Qiao's office and teased the two of them. "I say, why are you two so noisy?" Lin Qiao looked at Lin Hao, who walked in, pointed at his son and said, "He has changed. He is no longer the little man I know. He might have been swapped." "Pfft, who would say that to their newborn baby?" Lin Hao laughed without giving him any face. "Uncle. I think I must have been picked up by Mama. She doesn't love me anymore." Ting Ting rolled over on the sofa and retorted. "You came just in time, he just said he was hungry. Feed him milk, I'm busy here." Lin Qiao immediately pointed at the thermos on the coffee table and said. Because Ting Ting was adamant about not using a milk bottle, Lin Qiao had to serve him with a small bowl when he said he was hungry, like a little ancestor. Unfortunately, Other than his mother and several uncles, this child refused to let anyone else feed him. People like Duanwan and Shen Yuzhen could hug him, but he wouldn't do it if they fed him. What's wrong with him? Lin Chao thought in disgust. Lin Hao walked in, took off his doctor's coat and threw it aside. Then, he sat on the sofa and opened the thermos, pouring milk into the small bowl on the table. Then, he carried Ting Ting, who was crawling on the sofa like a turtle, into his arms. Lin Hao asked while feeding, I heard that there are some people from Skyfire Base outside these few days. How's the situation? There were a number of wounded that had been sent to the infirmary that afternoon. Most of them were gunshot wounds, and some were caused by disciplines. Lin Chao continued to read the data reports from the plantation. Without lifting his head, he said, Xie Dong said it's been taken care of, but it's just a test. There's more to come. Lin Hao asked, are you going to wait for them to come? Deal with them as they come. Lin Chao said, I'm more worried about those underground creatures. Before we deal with them effectively, we can't deal with them. Do you think I can leave here to deal with Skyfire Base 1,000 miles away? Lin Hao nodded. That's true, they're so close. If you leave with a large number of powerful zombies, these things might come out to cause trouble. Lin Chao said nothing. When Qin Yu woke up, she found herself in a room that looked like a hospital room. She propped herself up into a sitting position. The pain coming from her arm made her look down subconsciously. Her wound was bandaged, and her coat had been taken off, hanging on the back of the chair beside her. At this moment, the door was opened, and a tall woman wearing sunglasses walked in. You are. Where is this place? Qin Yu looked at the woman. She was a little wary, but she didn't show it. After the woman in sunglasses walked in, she pulled a chair next to her and sat down. She took out a notebook and a pen and began to write on it. Qin Yu looked at her in confusion. She didn't understand why she didn't speak, but started writing. After the woman finished writing a sentence, she raised the notebook and showed it to Qin Yu. Hello, my name is Yen Xiao. This is the infirmary of Universal Life Base. Qin Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yen Xiao write that this was the infirmary of Universal Life Base. She looked at the woman with confusion, wondering why she didn't speak. Yen Xiao seemed to understand what she was thinking, and wrote, Sorry, my throat is broken. I can't speak. Oh, so that's how it is. Were you the one who saved me? Qin Yu nodded her head in understanding before asking in a concerned manner. She wanted to know if it was this woman who saved her and brought her back to Universal Life Base. She still remembered that her last consciousness stayed in that pitch-black movie theater where she could not even see her own fingers. Yen Xiao nodded. Thank you. Qin Yu said from the bottom of her heart, but then looked at Yen Xiao with caution. But I remember where I was unconscious. It should have been hard to find. How did you? It wasn't that she doubted Yen Xiao's reason for saving her, but her vigilance was something every zombie hunter in Universal Life Base had to have. Besides, where she was unconscious, if she didn't intentionally look for her, how could she have been found? By accident. How could there be such a coincidence? Chapter 995. Yen Xiao wrote, I can't tell you. But I'm representing the base. As long as you haven't betrayed us, we have a duty to protect you. When Qin Yu saw her words, she immediately understood. If she hadn't run into people from other bases, then this woman wouldn't have shown up. It sounded like protection, but it was surveillance in disguise. If she agreed to work with Skyfire Base, she'd have to wait until they'd come to an agreement and she'd sell the information. Then she would be added to the assassination list by the Universal Base. Everyone knew the rules of the base by now. Qin Yu pursed her lips, then asked, If that's what you say, then what about my team members? I don't think they'd do anything to betray us. Besides, they don't know anything. Yan Zhao's fingers twitched, and she wrote, "Don't worry, they're fine. They've seen our tactics, so they need to sign a confidentiality agreement. You'll be their guarantor." Qin Yu paused, then asked, "I understand the need to keep our tactics a secret, but what's with me being their guarantor? I don't know anything, do I?" She hadn't seen the tactics, so why was she needed to be their guarantor? Yan Zhao smiled, and wrote, "This is just a double layer of insurance. Don't worry, as long as you keep this a secret, they'll be fine, and you'll be fine." What she meant was to drag Qin Yu into this. She was their captain, and Qin Yu was there to keep them in check. In the future, if her team members wanted to leak the secret of Universal Life Base's zombie control, then they would have to consider Qin Yu's safety. Qin Yu, on the other hand, wouldn't want them to leak the information for her own safety. This was a double layer of insurance. It wasn't to oppress Qin Yu and her team, but it was for the good of the base. This security measure is necessary. Moreover, as long as Qin Yu and the others could properly guard the secret of the base would naturally protect them from being oppressed by other bases. Qin Yu was silent for a moment, then said, "All right, I'll sign. But, can I know the tactics you're talking about? I'm going to be their guarantor, but I don't know what's going on. Don't you think I'm being wronged?" She understood the logic, but the attitude of the woman in front of her was still considered gentle. Qin Yu gradually accepted this situation in her heart. Yan Zhao glanced at her and wrote, "If you are willing to join our army, I can help you apply for this request." Qin Yu was stunned. Army? They were the corpse hunters, and the corpse hunters were free. Just like the mercenaries before the apocalypse, they accepted all kinds of missions from the base. However, this was a voluntary choice, and the initiative was in their hands. However, if he joined the army, then this initiative would become passive. After all, the military's control was very strict, and the missions were all assigned by the higher-ups. Whether you were willing to accept them or not, you had to complete them. Therefore, people who were powerful and liked freedom were not very willing to join the base's army. If it wasn't for this incident, Qin Yu would definitely not have been willing to join the army. But now that she had to sign that damned agreement, everything else was tied to this gay man. If they did not join, they could still live a free life as a corpse hunter. However, he still had to live under the blatant surveillance of others. If they were willing to join the army, although they would be controlled, their status would change. The things he knew were definitely much more than when he was in the corpse hunter team. The more they knew, the clearer they could see the situation they were in the dream. In fact, there were two sides to everything, it was just a matter of which side you were willing to accept. Seeing that Qin Yu's expression was a little resistant, Yan Zhao smiled knowingly. She wrote, "Don't rush to answer, I'll wait for your answer. You can be discharged in 3 days, I'll be waiting for your answer." Saying this, she took out a guarantor agreement from behind her and gave it to Qin Yu. Qin Yu took the agreement and looked at the content. She took the pen that the other party handed over and signed her name on it. After seeing that she signed, Yan Zhao left the ward. On the other side of the inspection department, Mo Qiqi, Du Yunfan, and Sun Lunan were locked in the same inspection room. Although their freedom was restricted, they were actually treated well. There were 3 clean single beds, and each was equipped with a single table and chair. There was also a bathroom next to it. However, at this time, the 3 of them were not in the mood to care about the environment of the room they were in. Because at this time, besides the 3 of them, there were a few people sitting in the room. Well, no. It was a few zombies. So, do you still have any questions? Ah Lu sat on a chair, leaning against the table and looking at the 3 of them. Ah Jiao, who was next to them, glared at the 3 of them, looking like he was ready to pounce at any time. There were also 2 level 4 zombies standing at the door. You. Do Yunfan looked at him in disbelief. The shock and disbelief from before had disappeared. Only Mo Chi-Chi's face was still cold, from the beginning to the end, only her pupils shrank a little at the beginning. As for Do Yunfan and Sun Lunan, it was their first time seeing a talking zombie. They were a little stunned. This talking zombie just said a lot of information, they needed some time to calm down. Lu said what he needed to say. In fact, his words were not much different from Yan Zhao's. However, because Mo Chi-Chi and the others had already seen their identities, Lu directly said it out loud. He stood up, put the 6 agreements on the table and said, "If you want to leave here, it's very simple. After signing these 2 agreements, you can leave. Of course, you can all test my suggestion just now. The treatment of joining the army is also very good." Saying that, he stretched out his hand and pulled Ajo, who was about to drool, to the door. The 2 level 4 zombies at the door just closed the door after going out, but did not lock it. Even if it was not locked, for Mo Chi-Chi and the others, the rows of level 4 zombie guards outside the door were much more effective than the iron lock. Do Yunfan rubbed his face, rubbing away the confusion from before. Then he said, "So, this base is actually a zombie base." Sun Lunan was calmer than him, thought for a while and said, "You can say that. But they seem to exist as a protector to the human survivors in the base. This female leader can actually control these high-level zombies. Really not simple." Mo Chi-Chi walked over and wanted to pick up the agreements, but when her hand was about to touch the paper, she hesitated and stopped. She touched the paper that was taken by the zombie. Would she be infected? Chapter 996. Don't worry, they just want us to join the army, not turn us into zombies. They won't smear a virus on the paper. Sun Lunan noticed Mo Chi-Chi's action and suddenly smiled. Do Yunfan looked at the door, then sighed and lowered his shoulders. "Looks like we can only sign this agreement to get out, otherwise they won't let us out. This is indeed a big secret for this base." Sun Lunan walked to Mo Chi-Chi's side, and picked up the 2 agreements. As he read, he said, "You should say that they don't want to kill us, they just want us to join the army of this base. That's already being kind to us. If it was any other base, they would probably kill us right outside. After all, death is the safest way to keep a secret." There were 2 agreements in his hand, one was a confidentiality agreement, and the other was an application agreement to join the base's army. Under the application agreement, there was also the position and benefits, etc. Of course, they still needed to undergo special training before they could officially take up the post. Mo Chi-Chi looked at him, and asked blankly, "Do you want to sign it?" Sun Lunan looked at her speechlessly. "If you don't sign it, do you want to stay in this room for the rest of your life?" Mo Chi-Chi immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "Then I have no choice but to sign it," Sun Lunan said as he pulled a chair and sat down, then picked up a pen and started to sign his name. Seeing that the captain had signed, Mo Chi-Chi and Do Yunfan also picked up their 2 agreements to sign. After signing, Sun Lunan took out the agreement between the 3 of them and kept his own copy. Then he took the one belonging to the base to the door and opened it. Looking at the zombies in military uniforms on both sides of the door, Sun Lunan looked at them with a subtle expression. These 2 soldiers were both level 4 zombies with abilities. They stood upright, their uniforms clean, and they were wearing military hats. Only their faces under the brim of the hat were a little scary. Other than that, they looked like soldiers. They had never interacted so harmoniously with a zombie before. After confirming that these zombies really wouldn't attack them, and were even in the same trench as them, Sun Lunan felt that it was a new feeling, but he was still secretly on guard. He looked around, then raised the agreement in his hand and said, "We've signed it. Can we go now?" One of the soldiers at both sides of the door took the agreement but did not read it. Instead, he directly gestured for him to go outside and then walked out first. Sun Lunan immediately turned to look at the two people behind him and said, "We can go now." The three of them followed the zombie soldier out and soon arrived in front of an iron gate. Outside the door was a security control room. Meanwhile, in the guardhouse, Xia Dong was sitting in front of the monitor screen and watching. His upright and tough face was expressionless, but his eyes under the brim of his cap were shining with a dim light. When he heard footsteps, he stood up and walked out of the guard room. Xia Dong stood outside the door with his legs crossed and his hands behind his back. He straightened his back and looked at the three people walking over with a sharp aura. He first took the agreement from the zombie soldier who led the way and looked at it to confirm where the signatures were. Then he said to the three of them, "Welcome to the Army of Life. I am the head coach of the reserve army at the second base, Xia Dong." As for the reserve army that he mentioned, he was actually referring to the zombie army. Sun Lunan's eyes flashed. He stood in front of Xia Dong and held out his hand. "Hello, I am Sun Lunan." Do Yunfan was the second to speak. "Actually, I think you should already know our names, but let me introduce myself. Do Yunfan." Mo Chi-Chi spat out two words coldly, Mo Chi-Chi. Xia Dong shook hands with Sun Lunan and smiled at Do Yunfan as he nodded. Sun Lunan looked around and suddenly asked, "Are these the reserve army at the second base that you were talking about?" "They are all zombies." He didn't say the last two words, but Xia Dong knew what he was referring to. Xia Dong nodded and took off his cap. "Actually, so am I." When he appeared in the base, no one thought anything of it. Anyway, he had a human face and his eyes did not turn black. As long as they weren't zombies, no one would be able to discover his true identity. After he took off his cap, the whites of his eyes were suddenly eroded by darkness. Sun Lunan and the other two were stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Xia Dong closed his eyes and his eyes returned to normal. He then said, "Don't worry, you have joined the First Army. That is under Deputy Leader Yuan's jurisdiction, not ours. After you leave today, there should be someone to bring you to the army tomorrow." Sun Lunan and Do Yunfan looked at each other, then turned to look at Mo Chi-Chi. Then, he nodded at Xia Dong. Only then did Xia Dong turn his body slightly and point outside. After the three of them left, there would naturally be a car to send them back to the first base. After Xia Dong returned to his office, he saw Yan Xiao, Ah Lu, Jing Yan and the others sitting on the sofa in his office. Everyone had a few agreements in their hands. "How is Qin Yu?" Xia Dong walked to his desk and sat down, looking at Yan Xiao and asking. Yan Xiao stood up and walked to his desk, placing the signed agreements on his desk. She wrote on the notebook, "Her attitude seems to be developing well. I gave her 3 days to consider. It's not a big problem." Xia Dong nodded, picking up her agreement and flipping through it. After collecting the agreements, Xia Dong began to write the post-battle report. The next day, when Lin Qiao was sitting in the office feeding Xiaotingting milk, Xia Dong came over with the report. "Come in, put the report on my desk." Lin Qiao felt his presence approaching and said casually without looking up, "Yes." Over at Haiqing, Wu Qingyue, Xiao Yunlong and Zhou Shihui were discussing how to guard against China's plans. But recently, China had been very quiet, which made Wu Qingyue and the other two feel that China's plans were not small. Why is China so calm? What is Xikong Chen trying to do? Are they just going to suppress this conflict? Xiao Yunlong frowned, unable to understand Xikong Chen's intentions. Maybe he's just afraid that a little impatience will ruin the big plan, but we don't know what their intentions are for now. Recently, a lot of China's intelligence network has been broken, and Sikong Chen is also secretly cleaning up spies and undercover agents. Wu Qingyue had a faint smile on his face. But the corners of his mouth curled up habitually, but his eyes did not narrow. Isn't this very disadvantageous for us? Xiao Yunlong said. Wu Qingyue said, I think he's going to eliminate the possibility of leaking information before he starts to act. Zhou Shihui nodded, I agree with this point. Chapter 997. After the three people finished talking about business, Xiao Yunlong looked at Wu Qingyue speechlessly and asked, I say, you even gave birth to a son. Why can't you get his mother? I have never seen a wife as frustrated as you. Speaking of this matter, Zhou Shihui's expressionless face had a little smile. Can you bring him back for us to see during the full moon? In any case, he is your son, the young master of our base. Wu Qingyue said helplessly, isn't it easy for you to see him? Can't you just go directly to the base? If you want her to bring the child over, I think, sigh. As he spoke, he showed an indescribable bitter expression. When these two people knew about this matter, their expressions at that time were still fresh in his memory. At that time, these two people's eyes almost popped out. At first, they didn't believe it at all. After knowing the truth, they looked at him like they were looking at a monkey. Xiao Yunlong was dumbfounded as he said, No, I never knew you had this ability. You can even get a zombie to give birth to a child. And although Zhou Shihui was a little older, his eyes were directly staring at a certain indescribable position of his. Then he asked, why didn't you become a zombie? Wu Qingyue at that time thought, I. As a result, he later learned that he had successfully slept with her and the child was born. However, the other party still didn't agree to accept him, and the two people immediately despised him. Xiao Yunlong saw him say so, and said, in any case, you are the child's father, the child's full moon banquet must be held in our sea city. Although they couldn't let the whole base know that their leader had a son, at least they could still invite several tables of relatives, friends, subordinates, and so on. Wu Qingyue said with some embarrassment, I don't think she will be willing. That female zombie was so possessive of her son, and now she had returned to her original attitude towards him. He really felt that the other party would not agree to this request. How do you know it's impossible before you try? Don't be so timid, that is your son, you have this right, okay? Xiao Yunlong somewhat disliked Wu Qingyue like this, and immediately said with a straight face. Zhou Shihui also said, at least try first. If it doesn't work, we'll steal the child. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face cracked a little. He twitched his mouth and looked at him. I can't believe you can say such a thing with a straight face. Zhou Shihui covered his face with his hand and coughed. Then, he looked up at the ceiling. In fact, he very much agreed with what Xiao Yunlong said, but looking at Wu Qingyue's current situation where he couldn't bear to hurt the female zombie, he certainly couldn't convince the female zombie to agree to this matter. But that was their sea city's little crown prince. How could they hold a 1-month celebration in someone else's base? Not even her maiden family. Besides, could the child really speak? It was said that their thinking was more mature, unlike ordinary babies. That was amazing. Could it be that he had been transmigrated? When Xiao Yunlong heard this, his expression immediately changed and he laughed. Hey! That's a good idea. I don't have to face them head-on. When Wu Qingyue saw their expressions, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly said, I'll test her first. Maybe she doesn't really care where the banquet is held. He didn't have much confidence in the last sentence. Based on his understanding of the female zombie, this was impossible. But in order to prevent these two men from doing anything strange, he could only say so. Then hurry up. You must fight for this opportunity. Think about it, if the child can come over here, then his mother will definitely come over. Then you will also have a chance to seduce her heart, isn't it? Xiao Yunlong leaned against the back of the chair and helped him come up with ideas. Although Wu Qingyue felt that it was unlikely that the female zombie would come over, but when he heard Xiao Yunlong's words, his heart was also a little moved. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Be sure to bring the child back for us to see. Zhou Shihui stood up and looked at him as he left. Xiao Yunlong also got up and left with his information. After Wu Qingyue returned to his office, his mind was still thinking about how to make the female zombie agree to bring the child to Sea City. However, before he could think of a way, Xiao Liqing came in with new information. Leader, there's a new situation at the Universal Base. Wu Qingyue looked at him. What's the situation? Xiao Liqing explained, 2 days ago, 3,000-strong Skyfire base soldiers showed up about 50 kilometers to the west of Universal. They began to hunt down Universal's zombie hunters. But yesterday, Xia Dong brought 300 soldiers with him and annihilated them. The survivors that were rescued signed confidentiality agreements and asked them to join the base's army. Wu Qingyue's smile was faint, but his eyes were cold. He opened his mouth to ask, did anyone escape? Xiao Liqing shook his head. No, they were all wiped out. Wu Qingyue nodded. It looks like our falling out with China has made Skyfire base restless. But there are too few humans in the base, and on the surface they're weak. They can't show their true strength, so they should be recruiting in large numbers. Xiao Liqing nodded. That's true. Some of the survivors from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon were willing to go to Universal Base, but the giant rat swarm has made them think it's not safe. The people from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon scattered. Those with a bit of strength were willing to go to China or Haiqing, while those who didn't want to go too far went to the nearest Skyfire base. Now that Huaxia and Haiqing had fallen out, those people would consider the strength of Huaxia and Haiqing. Which side would be able to give them a stable life, and which side would continue to fall into a passive or even suppressed situation. But for now, it looked like China was still the strongest. Haiqing wasn't weak, but compared to China it was still a little weaker. At least when it came to technological weaponry, they were much weaker. Fortunately, each side had an 8th level adept to hold down the fort, so a delicate balance was maintained. Wu Qingyue smirked. If they knew there were subterranean creatures, they'd be even less likely to go to Universal Base. After saying that, he thought to himself, could it be that these underground creatures really only exist in the area not far away from the base? Were there no other places? If that was the case, then Universal Base was out of luck. Was this a miscalculation on the zombie girl's part? He didn't know if the female zombie regretted building the base there. Perhaps she should have built it in the south. Xiao Liqing's voice was worried. If we don't deal with the subterranean creatures soon, Universal Base is going to suffer. It'd be a shame to destroy a newly built base. Chapter 998. Wu Qingyue's and Xiao Liqing's worries soon came true. Over 10 days after Xia Dong and his subordinates had wiped out Skyfire's 3,000-strong army, the sun had just set, and the sky was just beginning to darken. Not far from where Elmar and her zombies were stationed, 5 holes, each 7 meters in diameter, opened up. Elmar and the rest of the zombies in the army immediately smelled a strong earthy smell coming from that direction, and it was coming from several directions. She immediately led a few level 6 zombie kings to investigate, but when they arrived, they found that there was more than one hole. The holes were very quiet, but the movement was not small. Countless underworld creatures that looked like adult gorillas crawled out of the ground silently. There were close to 100 underworld creatures standing around the cave entrance. Soon, the zombie kings that were sent to investigate the other holes immediately came back with news. A large number of underground creatures also came out of those holes, and the positions of the 5 holes were arranged in the direction of the universal base. The hole closest to the universal base was at least 30 kilometers away from the first hole. But it was only 20 kilometers away from the universal base. It was obvious that the target of these things was very clear. Bring this situation back to inform the leader immediately. Hurry. Prepare for battle. Earth-type, first think of a way to block those holes. Elmar returned to the temporary military base and quickly ordered 5 groups of zombies to go to the holes, and then began to gather the nearby zombies to block the spread of these creatures. Roar dash! At this time, a dull roar of a beast came from afar. Elmar was shocked. Lin Qiao, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, Qiu Lily, and the other level 7 metahumans and zombies in the universal base also stopped moving, and then looked in that direction. Far away in Haiqing, Wu Qingyue, Xiao Yunlong, and Zhou Shihui all felt something, but because they were too far away, only the stronger Wu Qingyue could feel it clearly, and he also felt that this pressure was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it, his expression suddenly changed. At this time, the underground creatures that were surrounded by the zombie horde began to turn red. They all entered berserk mode, and began to attack the surrounding zombie horde indiscriminately. The 5 holes within a kilometer radius of a mile instantly became a battlefield of zombies and monsters. Roar, 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 roar. Alright, the roars from both sides could not be understood by normal humans. Damn it. I was wondering why these guys had been so quiet for so long. So you were waiting here. Elmar appeared at the cave entrance closest to the universal base. She gritted her teeth and cursed. She dashed down in a flash and sliced off the heads of several low-level gorillas with a few swipes of her claws. He didn't expect the underworld creatures to launch a surprise attack and hide so well. There was no movement at all, but suddenly, 5 holes were dug out. Roar! A 5-meter-tall giant gorilla rushed out and pounced on Elmar like a bull, waving its claws. At the same time, his whole body shone with a red light, and the sharp teeth in his mouth shone with a sharp light in the night. Bang! The berserk creature's speed and strength increased tremendously. Its claw struck Elmar and sent her flying. Ugh! Puff! Elmar felt a tightness in her chest as a fishy and salty liquid gushed out of her mouth. She spat out a mouthful of thick black zombie blood. However, Elmar's body crashed into the wall of a house. She quickly rushed out of the house that had a hole in it. At the same time, a small portion of these underworld creatures were ordered to guard the cave entrance to prevent the entrance from being destroyed. Therefore, when Elmar ordered the Earth-type zombies to rush over and use their abilities to block the entrance, they would be targeted and attacked by several underworld creatures. Even if they were far away, they would still be targeted. A 10-meter-tall giant gorilla crawled out of the cave that Elmar was in. It stood motionless facing the universal base, but its nose kept sniffing in that direction. Behind it, there was a continuous flow of different-sized gorillas. The other 4 cave entrances quickly stopped, and the underworld creatures continued to pour out. However, there were 400 to 500 of them, and there were 2 level 7 gorillas at each entrance. They attacked the level 5 or level 6 zombies that Elmar sent out. There weren't many level 6 zombies on Elmar's side. Old Mingua, Old 8, Old 3, Xia Tian, and Nanjing were 5 level 1 kings, and each of them had 10 level 5 leaders to attack. As soon as its aura appeared, Lin Qiao in the universal base had a bad feeling. He immediately changed into his combat uniform and put his son into Shen Yuzhen's arms. Send him to Lin Hao. Son, go to uncle's place first. Mama will go out for a while. Little Ting Ting looked at her and calmly waved his hand. Go. Little Ting Ting, who was about to be 1 month old, was no longer as soft as when he was just born. Although he was still very short, he was very capable. Lin Qiao went out with Duan Wan and sent people to give urgent military orders to Xie Dong and Yuan Tianxing. Then he drove out of the base in a hurry. At the entrance of the cave closest to the universal base, there was still a continuous flow of underworld creatures. While Elmar was being tortured by a crazy level 7 gorilla, the cave entrance was already surrounded by a large number of underworld creatures. In addition to the 2 level 7 gorillas that were fighting Elmar and Xia Tian, there were even 5 that were quietly standing behind the huge figure that was 10 meters tall. This level 8 underground gorilla was like a leader. Roar! It seemed to have sensed something. The leader of the gorillas suddenly bared its teeth, raised its head, and roared. It seemed to have issued an order. Then, it lowered its body and leaped up again. It jumped out in the direction of the universal base. As soon as it moved, the underworld creatures that were quietly standing around immediately chased after it. One by one, their bodies exploded with red light, reflecting a bright light in the night. Oh no! After Elmar dodged the claw of the level 7 underground creature, she saw the huge underground creature leading thousands of underworld creatures towards the universal base. He immediately called out subconsciously. At the same time, she prayed that these creatures might get lost and might not be able to reach the universal base that was 20 to 30 kilometers away. If these creatures really rushed into the universal base, it would be a disaster. She didn't know if it was because the number of the underworld creatures was too large and their aura was too strong. The rats on the other side of the rat hole in the distance all ran back at this time. They all looked frightened and hurriedly went into the hole. Chapter 999. Lin Qiao drove the car out of the base and stopped when it was halfway to where Elmar was stationed. She put away the car and jumped onto the tall building next to her. She found a place with a wider view and looked at the countless red lights getting closer and closer. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, before she left, she gave Lin Feng an urgent order to send someone to escort Lin Hao and the 3 children, Lin Xiaolu, Tong Tong, and Little Tingting, out of the base and go to High City to hide. Shoo shoo shoo. A few figures appeared next to her. Chiu Lily, Lin Kuei, and all the level 1 king zombies in the base appeared. Lin Kuei was urgently called back by Lin Qiao a few days ago, but Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying hadn't returned yet. The 2 of them, Ling Xiantong and Kong Qingming from Haiqing, were still at Lake Tai, looking for those stones and studying the medicinal value of the mutated plants. How did they get here? So close. And there are so many of them. Chiu Lily's red eyes widened and said in surprise. Because those things were too close to the base. Lin Qiao stared at the front and said to them, they are now in a frenzied state. Their speed, strength, and defense are all very powerful. Be careful. Don't fight recklessly if you can't beat them. What about you? You're not thinking of fighting that big guy, are you? It doesn't look like it's easy to deal with. Chiu Lily heard the hidden meaning in her words and looked at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao was obviously asking them to find someone they could deal with. As for those they couldn't, don't worry, my ability is very useful to them. I will think of a way to deal with that level 8 zombie. If it really doesn't work, then find someone to go to Haiqing to find Wu Qingyue. Lin Qiao squinted her eyes and released a black flame from her palm. She believed that if they couldn't resist those things at the end, Wu Qingyue could at least buy some time for the survivors to escape. But at that time, the base she had built would probably be destroyed again. As someone who always wanted to rely on herself, Lin Qiao really didn't want that to happen. She didn't want to ask Wu Qingyue for help at this time. At least before she could fight, she didn't want to rely on anyone. The last sentence was the last decision she made for the survivors in the base. The black sparks turned into a black lotus on her palm. After twisting a few times, they suddenly split apart and turned into several black fire snakes that flew out. These fire snakes continued to split into small black snakes in the dark night air, and then rushed towards the endless red light ahead. After giving birth to little Ting Ting, he had been recovering for more than 20 days. Lin Qiao's ability had recovered to about 80% of its original power, although it was not completely restored. However, it was still possible to support a few large-scale releases of arcana energy. When Lin Qiao and the rest of the zombies appeared, the charging underworld creatures stopped. Moreover, when Lin Qiao released the fire snake, they instinctively took a step back. Roar, the leader of the underground gorilla, stopped and immediately let out a low warning sound. Lin Qiao narrowed his eyes when he saw that his ability had such a deterrent effect. Then, he ordered, apart from one level 8, there are still 5 level 7. Lily, you deal with one, and Lin Kuei with the other. As for the others, try to avoid those above level 7. Chiu Lily might not be able to defeat these level 7 underground creatures when they were in berserk mode. Fortunately, they had an advantage as zombies. As long as they didn't lose their limbs or head, it wouldn't cause much harm to them. In other words, they could take a beating. Lin Qiao leaped out and rushed towards the leader of the underground gorilla, and the few level 7 gorillas beside it. She remembered that she had burned a level 7 underground gorilla to death with just a small wisp of her special ability flame. At the same time, she realized that these creatures didn't disperse their formation. Just like that, they rushed over in a group, and these things did not even intend to hide themselves. They were like walking monster lanterns. When Lin Qiao's figure flashed, she appeared next to the huge underground gorilla in the blink of an eye. She threw a small black fireball at the head of a level 7 gorilla. At the same time, she released a black fog that began to surround the huge gorilla. Roar dash, the gorilla that was surrounded by the black fog wasn't stupid. Although it couldn't see, it could vaguely feel the energy in the black fog. Thus, he immediately bounced his leg and jumped to a place 20 to 30 meters away with a bang. Lin Qiao appeared with her black hellfire, causing the originally calm monster army to become a little chaotic. They tried to avoid Lin Qiao's flame, and they seemed to be panicking. But how could Lin Qiao's black flame be so easy to avoid? Her flame was like the flame of the netherworld that leaked out from the netherworld, and it chased after the underground creatures with a cold spirituality. Roar dash, one of the 3 level 7 gorillas couldn't dodge in time, and the small black fireball that Lin Qiao threw at it caught up to it. Then, it quickly exploded into small flames on its head, and they all drilled into its mouth, nose, and ears. Bang dash, at this time, a slender figure suddenly appeared and was thrown to the ground like a puppet. Cough, you're finally here. If you didn't come, I would really be crippled. Elmar's tone started to become a little rough. She climbed up from the ground. One of her legs was slightly twisted, and it seemed to be fractured. Her whole body was covered in blood, and her forehead was full of zombie blood. The pupils in the middle of her dark eyes were like 2 emeralds that emitted green light, like a ghost in the night. She coughed out a small pool of blood as she spoke. Wah, Meng Meng. You're so miserable. Although Chiu Lily screamed in disgust, her figure instantly flashed to Elmar's side. She pulled her back again and quickly disappeared from the spot. Poof! An underground gorilla the size of a buffalo fiercely pounced on the place where the 2 of them left. Its steel claws made 2 30 to 40 centimeter holes on the ground. Lin Qiao flashed to the top of a tall building, waved her hands, and began to concentrate on controlling the dark fire that she released. In addition to the black mist that targeted the level 8 gorillas, Lin Qiao waved a few more black flames towards the other level 7 gorillas on the field. There were a total of 7 level 7 gorillas here. Originally, Elmar was holding off one, and the other was blocked by the level 6 zombie Summer for a while. Fortunately, Summer was a rarely seen physical-type zombie, and his body was much more durable than Elmar's animal-type zombie. But no matter what, his level was still one level lower than Elmar, so his fate was even worse. Although he wasn't dead, he could only lie down and couldn't move at this time. His whole body was tattered, and his tall and strong body was also covered in the zombie blood of the virus. His chest had collapsed, and his stomach was burst, and his intestines were exposed to the air. His limbs were strangely twisted as he lay in a deep hole. He could only blink his eyes and helplessly look at the sky. Chapter 1000. Lin Qiao's black fire snake adhered to every underground creature that she stared at. Whether it was a level 7 creature the size of a buffalo, a level 6 creature the size of a cow, or even a large number of level 5 gorillas the size of an adult gorilla, Lin Qiao controlled the death fire snake to enter their bodies through their mouths, noses, and ears. Roar, woot. Soon, these underground gorillas that were hit by Lin Qiao's ability immediately began to go crazy. They covered their heads or scratched their chests and stomachs. It was as if they were poisoned. Roar. Hearing the manic roars of her subordinates, the level 8 underground gorilla also began to go crazy. It immediately turned its face to the roof where Lin Qiao was, and its aura directly condensed into a killing intent. The killing intent of a level 8 beast was the same as the killing intent of a level 8 zombie emperor. If one was not strong enough, they would be directly suppressed to the point that their whole body would be filled with fear, and then they would lose their minds. If they were weak, they would be directly scared to death. However, Lin Qiao herself was a strange zombie. She was not afraid of the pressure and killing intent that came from a higher level than her. Therefore, she was not afraid of the killing intent of this level 8 underground beast, although she was fully alert. She pursed her lips, suddenly raised her head and roared, "Roar, come over here." Lin Qiao's voice was loud and clear, and the sound waves spread far and wide. Immediately, all the zombies within 50 miles woke up from their state of hibernation. One by one, they raised their heads to look in Lin Qiao's direction, and then began to walk in her direction. As they walked, suddenly, there was a second call from a level 2 zombie king. "Roar, speed up." Therefore, the zombies that were originally walking immediately began to run, stumbling as they rushed in that direction. Although Lin Qiao was a level 2 zombie, her pressure was almost on the same level as that of a zombie emperor. Of course, it was still slightly weaker than a real zombie emperor, but it was much stronger than a normal level 2 king, and the pressure was also much greater. When the base was built, Lin Qiao used the zombies as a line of defense, so the low-level zombies around the base were not eliminated in large numbers. Therefore, according to Lin Qiao's previous estimation, the total population of Uptown and Binjiang District would be at least 600,000. Therefore, excluding the original 10% of survivors, there would be 500,000 zombies left. Furthermore, there were other factors that needed to be eliminated. Right now, Lin Qiao's current location was at the border between Uptown and Binjiang District. Adding both sides together, Lin Qiao could summon at least hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies. So, to put it simply, just like Mo Yen, Lin Qiao started to create a zombie horde. Since these things that came out from the underground were so good at fighting, she would just use the human wave tactic. They were going to be buried by the zombies. After Lin Qiao issued 2 summoning sounds, he immediately focused on dealing with the underground creatures that were above level 5. As for the others, she was in charge of restraining the most powerful ones. Let the others deal with the rest. After all, she had brought a team here. After Chiu Lily took Elmar away, the crater on the other side also appeared in the direction of Summer. When he saw Summer's situation, his expression was exactly the same as Chiu Lily's when she saw Elmarch. "Whoa. Big guy, I've never seen you in such a miserable state." Crater squatted beside the crater where Summer was, looking at the male zombie whose body was in a terrible state. "Can you stop talking nonsense? If you want to save someone, then hurry up." Summer looked at her quietly and said weakly. Crater immediately jumped into the crater. When he bent down, he made a few postures and looked him up and down. Then he said, "Looks like you're not suitable to be carried like this. Let's not talk about the blood on your stomach, we'll have to worry about your intestines falling out." So that was why Summer, who was almost 1.9 meters tall, was princess carried by this slender girl who was only 1.65 meters tall. He calmly jumped up and returned to the back of their camp. At the same time, he didn't forget to say, "How much energy from the lake did the leaders spend to bathe and drink you? And without 3 to 5 months, your stomach won't even grow out." They all knew the effect of the energy in Lin Xiao's lake. That was why they followed her peacefully. Although they were forced to at first, they had long regarded Mo Yen as their former leader. Former leader, Summer, being carried like a princess was enough to make him speechless. Thinking of his injuries, Summer, who was 1.9 meters tall, felt very tired. "Aren't you pretty good at taking hits? You actually got beaten up like this. These damn things are really scary." In the blink of an eye, he brought Summer back to his own camp. Crater muttered, but his hands didn't stop moving. He took a pile of sand cloth and wrapped Summer into a mummy. He even took out the energy lake that Lin Xiao had stored in a medicine bottle and fed it to him. "You'll know when you try," Summer said the mummy. However, after Crater settled Summer down, she turned around to find a level 6 gorilla to fight. The gorilla didn't have time to care about her. Looking at the underground creature that only cared about grabbing his head, Crater easily trapped the gorilla in a big water bowl. However, this thing wasn't afraid of water at all. It struggled vigorously in the water ball but didn't seem to be suffocating. It just kept scratching its own head, and the eyeless head had already been badly scratched by itself. This guy was about to scratch himself to death. On the other side, Nanjing was also using a large amount of ice ability on a level 6 gorilla. However, she couldn't freeze it. Crater Pit extended its hand and released an icy mist. The icy mist shrouded the level 6 underground gorilla. A layer of ice immediately formed on the surface of its body, turning it into an ice sculpture. If an ordinary person was frozen like this, a touch would shatter them into pieces. Even if a psychic was frozen by her, although the other party wouldn't shatter into pieces, he would definitely lose consciousness or be unable to move. The underworld creature was frozen by Pit's level 6 ice element. But in less than 2 seconds, there was a "pom" sound, and her ice shattered. However, that gorilla was still alive. However, this gorilla was different from the one that Crater dealt with. It wasn't grabbing its head but its stomach. It was already badly scratched and its intestines were even pulled out. In fact, these underground creatures that were affected by Lin Xiao's ability had all lost their aggressiveness. For the zombies, they were just targets that couldn't resist. What was more infuriating was that they couldn't kill this target. At this moment, Qiu Lily's fire tornado swept a level 7 gorilla into the sky. Although it couldn't be burned to death, it might fall to its death. Bang! Then, well, it didn't die. Chapter 1001. Falling from a height of tens of meters, the powerful gravity caused the underground creature, which was as large as a buffalo, to crash into the ground and create a large pit. Moreover, when the underground creature crashed into the pit, there was no sign of its body being torn apart. The underground gorilla rolled around in the pit and got up again. Qiu Lily's attack didn't have any effect on it, but she didn't intend to give up. The fire couldn't kill it, the wind blade couldn't hurt it, and it didn't die even after falling from a height of tens of meters. Let's try a few hundred meters high. If the first time didn't work, let's try the second time. Chio Lily stared at the underground gorilla that crawled out of the pit and used its claws to scratch her. She continued to use the tornado to sweep it up. On the other side, the level 8 underground gorilla looked at the surrounding subordinates that were suffering from Lin Qiao's hellfire. It roared angrily at Lin Qiao. Roar, then it broke through the black fog controlled by Lin Qiao and leaped toward the building where Lin Qiao was. The building where Lin Qiao was located was only 20 to 30 floors, which wasn't very high. The huge underground gorilla leaped up. The 10-meter-tall beast that weighed at least 2 tons landed on the roof with a bang, and immediately cracked and caved in the platform. However, when it arrived at the top of the building, it found that its target had disappeared from where it stood. It roared angrily and continued to chase in Lin Qiao's direction. Of course, Lin Qiao didn't intend to fight the beast head-on. She needed to focus all her energy on controlling her ability. Only when she temporarily restrained the level 5, level 6, and level 7 underground creatures could Chio Lily and the rest have a slight chance of killing these high-level underground creatures. This way, the situation wouldn't be one-sided. Roar, the surrounding zombies rushed up and pounced on the lowest level of the underground gorilla to bite. Of course, they couldn't bite through it, but at least they temporarily restrained these creatures. After the hellfire drilled into the bodies of these creatures, it began to devour the energy in their bodies. After the energy was absorbed, Lin Qiao's hellfire could devour the bodies of these creatures. This was because the energy evolution of these underground creatures was all in their bodies. Every cell or every bone was filled with energy transformed from the virus. This was a great supplement for Lin Qiao's special ability. Soon, the level 5 underworld creatures couldn't withstand Lin Qiao's devour ability. His movements began to slow down, and he was pushed down by the zombies. Pucci, a level 5 gorilla's movements became sluggish, and when it was hit by a fire-type zombie leader's fireball, it actually started burning. Ha! The zombie leader was pleasantly surprised, and immediately increased the temperature of the flames. The underground gorilla was burned to a crisp. A wisp of black flame leaped out from his red flames and quickly found its next target. When the zombie leader saw Lin Qiao's black flame, it immediately understood what was going on. He immediately followed the wisp of flame and waited for it to drill into the next underground gorilla. Then, he immediately rushed up to attack that underground gorilla. Lin Qiao diverted her attention to control the hellfire. At the same time, she could feel the changes that occurred after the hellfire absorbed the energy of the underground creatures. For example, the hellfire that she controlled to drill into the bodies of the level 5 creatures was thinner than her pinky finger. After absorbing the energy of a level 5 creature, the hellfire was as thick as an index finger. The energy absorption of the underground creatures below level 5 was the fastest. After all, only the level 5 creatures had died in the 2 minutes of battle. As for the level 6 and level 7 creatures, even if their heads and bodies were smashed, they still weren't dead. She remembered that the last time she killed a level 7 creature, it took at least 10 minutes before it died. But the absorbed energy couldn't make up for the energy she had consumed. Her attack efficiency increased a little. Lin Qiao's special ability controlled a large number of high-level underground creatures. This made the level 8 gorilla angry, and it was harassed by Lin Qiao's black mist. It couldn't effectively approach Lin Qiao. This made it very irritable. Roar, the level 8 zombie roared and suddenly bent its body slightly. Its skin began to crack, and a dazzling red light seeped out from the cracks on its body. A violent and oppressive aura rose from its body. Chio Lily and the others couldn't help but stop and even lose control of their movements. Ah! Even Lin Qiao felt her heart tighten. She felt that her chi was completely locked, and a strong sense of crisis arose in her heart. Just as this extremely bad premonition arose in her heart, her body instinctively flashed away in the blink of an eye. She was still in the control of her special ability and couldn't be invisible. So she could only dodge. But her movements were still a little too late. At the same time, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Before she could react, her body had been slapped away. Bang! Boom! Cough! Before she could react, Lin Qiao had smashed into the mutant tree next to her. The trunk of the tree, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, was directly smashed, and the entire tree toppled over. Hua hua! As soon as she fell to the ground, she saw the big tree directly pressing down on her. Lin Qiao quickly rolled and then jumped. When the tree was pressing down, she quickly flashed out. Just as she rushed out, she was blocked by the huge monster with flashing red cracks all over its body. A huge claw slashed down at her head again at lightning speed. Lin Qiao reacted quickly and suddenly twisted her body. Then, she kicked the monster's body and did a somersault. After nimbly dodging the giant claw, she then used the force of the kick to bounce back. At the same time, she waved her hand and a black flame flashed like a spirit snake. It quickly drilled into the nose of the level 8 underground gorilla. Roar! With something in its nose, the level 8 underground gorilla immediately panicked and took a step back. At the same time, it opened its mouth and sneezed a few times. Poochie! While sneezing, the level 8 giant beast anxiously patted its nose with its claws. It even used its nose to exhale a few times. At this time, Lin Qiao had already retreated to a high-voltage telephone pole more than 20 meters away. Fortunately, her body was strong enough. Being slapped by the opponent and knocking down the tree was nothing. It was just that her chest felt a little stuffy. She clutched her chest, not because she was feeling unwell, but because when the giant claw hit her, it tore her clothes. There was nothing more depressing for a woman than having her clothes torn during a fight. Chapter 1002. Lin Qiao quickly took off her coat and quickly took out a pair of underwear from her space. She dodged the level 8 gorilla and put it on nimbly, buttoning 2 buttons in front of her chest. At this moment, the level 8 gorilla's body suddenly trembled, followed by a strange caw cough. Lin Qiao saw a black gas spurt out from its nose, and then the flame she threw into its nose just now disappeared. Puff puff puff, after the black gas spurted out, the level 8 gorilla wasn't done. It then spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty black saliva. After the saliva hit the ground, the flowers, grass, stones, and sand on the ground melted, forming a hole. Lin Qiao thought to herself. Motherfucker. A few mouthfuls of saliva dissolved my attack. Do you have to slap my face like that? Roar! After releasing Lin Qiao's flame, the level 8 creature immediately pounced at Lin Qiao again. Its huge body wasn't clumsy at all, and its speed increased to a terrifying level that Lin Qiao couldn't dodge in time. Lin Qiao immediately dodged and disappeared on the spot. In the eyes of others, they could only see the moving silhouette of Lin Qiao and the level 8 beast. Lin Qiao had to divert her attention to control a large amount of flame to absorb the energy of the other underground creatures while dodging the level 8 zombie's attack. Therefore, the flame she threw out just now contained too little energy, which was why it didn't have much effect on the level 8 underground creature. Bang! Boom! The level 8 underground creature chased after Lin Qiao with a violent momentum. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lin Qiao, its 2 giant claws carrying a chilling and sharp aura attacking her. Lin Qiao made a quick turn and barely dodged the claw swinging down from his opponent. Puff puff puff, the sharp force of the claws actually cut down the rocks and trees several meters away within the range of the claw's trajectory. Being chased by the dangerous level 8 underground creature, Lin Xiao could only temporarily give up on controlling the flame. The nether fire stopped devouring the energy in the bodies of the other underworld creatures. It lay dormant in their bodies temporarily. Without the engulfment of Lin Xiao's dark flame, the other level 6 and 7 creatures immediately recovered. They then turned around and started attacking the surrounding zombies. Roar, the level 7 underground creature that was swept 200 meters up by Qiu Lily suddenly adjusted its posture in mid-air and roared furiously. Bang! The creature landed on the ground, its legs landing firmly on the ground. It directly smashed the cement floor into a depression, but its figure stood steadily and walked out. He sniffed in Qiu Lily's direction and immediately locked onto her position. What did these guys eat to grow up? They can't even die from falling. Qiu Lily was also very irritated. She became even more irritated when she saw the underground gorilla that was as big as a buffalo suddenly change its expression and lock onto her. I want to see what you can do to me. She glared angrily at the ugly underground creature and swayed her body to the sky. She looked down at the level 7 underground creature. Roar, as expected, the level 7 underground gorilla suddenly looked up at Qiu Lily's figure in the sky and roared angrily. It squatted and leaped onto the lamppost at the side. Then it bounced onto the tall building beside it and quickly climbed to the top of the building. Qiu Lily retreated and rose another height, creating a distance of more than 100 meters between her and the underground creature on the top of the building. Even though Qiu Lily was in front of it, the level 7 underground gorilla could only roar at Qiu Lily unwillingly. It couldn't be helped as the enemy's position was too high. No matter how strong its jumping ability was, it couldn't jump more than 100 meters. Moreover, Qiu Lily was high up in the sky, where the air flow was several times faster than on the ground. Hence, Qiu Lily's scent faded and almost disappeared. The level 7 gorilla quickly gave up the idea of attacking Qiu Lily. Then it stood on the top of the building and looked left and right. It realized that there was no enemy worthy of it, so it lifted its head and stared in the direction of the base. Then it leaped down from the corner of the building and dived in the direction of the base. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar of a beast, and a black shadow flashed in the dark night. When the underworld creature landed, it blocked the way to the human base. The huge black panther's entire body was covered in glossy and smooth black fur. In the dark night, only a pair of glowing pupils flashed. It was supposed to be like that, however, there were a few deep claw marks on the back of the black panther, and black blood stained its black fur. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and roared at the underground creature that was glowing in red light. Roar! The underground gorilla seemed to understand the warning in his roar and responded. However, its voice was full of disdain and even provoked Lin Kuei. Lin Kuei's black panther was already showing its teeth. After hearing the opponent provoking it, its facial features contorted into a more sinister and terrifying expression. It bent its front limbs slightly and lowered its body. It stared at the opponent while its tail swayed rhythmically from side to side. This was the movement of a feline before launching an attack. Just as the two beasts confronted each other, a level 7 underground gorilla dashed out from the side. It waved its claws at Lin Kuei's big black panther without a care in the world. Whoosh! Bang! The black panther leaped back quickly and nimbly avoided the sneak attack of the level 7 underground creature. However, after he avoided the first one, another pounced on him in midair. Seeing that the big black panther was about to be slashed by the gleaming claws, Lin Kuei only had time to twist his body in midair to avoid his vital parts. At this moment, a tornado suddenly appeared from the side and swept him away. In the next second, the black panther was swept to the rooftop of a nearby building while Qiu Lily appeared beside him. The leader seems to be in danger, Qiu Lily said with a frown as she watched the battle between Lin Xiao and the level 8 underground creature. The Black Panther turned its head to take a look. If the leader hadn't suddenly stopped controlling the abilities, these underground creatures wouldn't have recovered so suddenly. Without her restraints, these creatures had no scruples. Chapter 1003. Black Panther looked quietly in Lin Qiao's direction, but at that moment, a paw suddenly reached out and stroked his head twice. Wow! You're a shapeshifter adept. So cute. Big cat. Qiao Lily's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Kuei's furry head. She rubbed her hands over it a few more times. Qiao Lily didn't want to let go of the soft fur. She liked animals as well, but her hobby was different from other girls. Others liked small animals, but she liked big ones. It was big and wild, but it was strangely cute. But in the pre-apocalyptic world, big wild animals were rare. Even if you saw one, you might not be able to touch it. So when she saw the panther, she couldn't tell who Lin Kuei was from his aura. She thought it was a wild mutant panther. But if they knew each other, it would be great. They could directly touch them. She didn't know he could change into a cat. Therefore, Lin Kuei was a little stunned by her little hand that was rubbing his head. They say you can't touch a woman's waist, but a man's head. He wasn't in human form, but a cat's head. Pfft. A panther's head couldn't be touched. He was a male, all right. Was she flirting with him? The number of zombies in the surroundings gradually increased, a portion of them surged towards the battlefield of zombies and exotic beasts, while a portion of them surged towards the direction of the base, separating the two sides. If the underground creatures defeated Lin Qiao and the others, they'd have to get past the wall of zombies to get to the base. Just then, several figures appeared on the outskirts of Skyfire Base. But aside from the one at the front, the others were lifeless. The one at the front was the only one. He wore a long black trench coat and a black hat on his head. His shoulder-length hair hung messily under the hat, almost covering his entire face in his hair. His build was that of a man, and he wasn't short, at least 1.8 meters. The unidentified man walked through Skyfire Base's safe zone in the dark of the night. Behind him were 6 lifeless men. Step by step, he made his way to the base. Several groups of patrolling soldiers passed by, but none of them noticed their presence. After these people took a few steps, their figures suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were on the roof of one of Skyfire's buildings. Li Jingye had just walked out of the bathroom on the 2nd floor and was about to walk back to his bedroom when he suddenly stopped. His eyes flashed as he looked down at the staircase. Then, he returned to his bedroom as if nothing had happened. However, when he came out, he was not wearing pajamas, but a set of ordinary home clothes. After Li Jingye came out, he walked downstairs. When he was halfway down the stairs, he saw a person sitting on the sofa in his dark living room. His face and clothes could not be seen clearly. Li Jingye turned on the lights in the living room. After looking at that person, he smiled and said, "Oh, you're back so soon. I thought it would be another 2 months before you came back. How was it?" "You got it." The man took off his hat, revealing a gloomy face. His facial features were originally quite tough, but his temperament and messy long hair had forcibly softened a large part of his femininity. The man's eyes were cold, and his lips were tightly pressed together when Li Jingye asked. "No, he's a 9th-level talent. No one can stop him when he goes berserk." His voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Li Jingye paused, then his face darkened with displeasure. "What? If you didn't get him, then why did you come back so early? Didn't I say I wanted his energy core? If I can't get it, I can't let anyone from China or Green Mountain get it." The long-haired man looked at him coldly. He's not dead, so no one can get his core. If we can't get it, no one else can. So you're giving up and coming back so soon. Li Xingye looked back at him coldly and snorted. When did I say I'm giving up? I just said no one can stop him now. The man looked at him calmly and then looked away. Then you. Li Xingye was slightly stunned, and his temperature returned to normal. He looked at him in confusion. The long-haired man suddenly smiled evilly and said, I brought you a gift. He clapped his hands as he spoke. 5 or 6 people walked in and stood in a row in front of the two of them. Li Xingye looked up, and his eyes suddenly froze. He looked at the man in shock. These people are dead. These people's eyes were gray and dead, and there was no aura coming from them. Their skin looked pale, and there were dark circles around their eyes. Their lips were purple, and they looked like people who had died from poisoning. But Li Xingye had seen them walk in. That's right. If they were dead, why could they still walk? They are dead, but they are not dead, the long-haired man said. Li Xingye looked at him in confusion. What do you mean? Are you talking about them? The long-haired man shook his head. No, they are just a few of them. Many of them are outside the base, and it is not convenient for them to come in. These few are the ones whose subconscious is the closest to the original, and they are also the strongest. Furthermore, I've brought back an unexpected piece of news for you. Li Xingye looked at him and then at the living dead. What news? No, you should clarify this first. The long-haired man said, can't you see? They were infected by the zombie virus and died. But they still have some scattered memories and subconscious before they died, and they can even understand some of my simple instructions. He waved his hand again and gestured for them to leave. The 5 or 6 living dead immediately turned around and left, walking like normal people. Li Xingye's expression was slightly silent, and he suddenly realized something. Then how do you want to use them? Although they had all become zombies, their movements were the same as ordinary people, as long as they put some decorations on their faces. As long as they put some decorations on their faces, they might be able to sneak into other bases and do things secretly. Not to mention anything else, it would be good to infect them with the zombie virus. If there was anything that humans were afraid of nowadays, the virus was definitely the number one. So if it caused internal panic and caused some trouble secretly, the result could be imagined. Just thinking of this, Li Xingye's eyes gradually lit up. Their role is not just to sneak into other bases to spread the virus. They have a better use. The long-haired man's eyes flashed. Chapter 1004. Li Xingye was surprised by the light in his eyes and looked at him. Oh, what else can it do? The long-haired man revealed a slightly proud smile. Their fighting strength is 3 times stronger than when they were alive. They can also control ordinary zombies and use them as bombs. If we can create such an army and use them on the battlefield, then not only will we not have to be afraid of other bases, but we will also not have to be afraid of zombie attacks. Li Xingye was a bit hesitant. It's fine if you say they are bombs, but you want them to control ordinary zombies. Is that even possible? The long-haired man said, why not? We just need to control them. Let them control the other zombies. However, we still need more of these death warriors to help us expand our army. That's why I'll leave the method for you to handle. I continued to keep an eye on that level 9 maniac to see when he would die. He's been crazy for a few months. I can feel that the energy in his body is being consumed very quickly. Once the energy in his body is exhausted, his life force will continue to be depleted. Li Xingye's eyes lit up. Oh, so you're saying that it won't take long. Will he die? The long-haired man's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to his eyes. He clasped his fingers together, then looked at his own hand and said, when his body no longer has the energy to support his berserk state, his body may directly explode with a bang. As he said that, he suddenly opened his 5 fingers and made an explosion gesture. Li Jingye also revealed a look of joy and nodded. All right. I'll help you with this matter, but you have to find a way to get your hands on that 9th grade energy core. Even if I can't let anyone else get it. The long-haired man nodded. I know. Li Jingye then asked him what to do next. The direction that the long-haired man gave him was to give him a bunch of drugs, and then let him find a group of ability users, and then inject the drugs and blood taken from the zombies into the bodies of these ability users, and then it would be done. However, he had to find someone who wasn't willing, because someone who wasn't willing would have a very strong resistance or the kind of obsession that wouldn't rest in peace. After they become zombies, they will retain a trace of their human subconscious. However, this trace of their subconscious would not allow them to be clear-headed and distinguish between right and wrong. It was just to make it easier for them to accept the commands of humans. So where did you get these people from? Li Jingye asked the long-haired man. The group that had just appeared didn't look like they were from Skyfire. The long-haired man only smiled coldly and said, if you want to find someone who has the mentality to resist, of course, you have to find the ability users from other bases. That group just now is from Qingshan base, and the group outside is from China. Li Jingye, however, smirked at him and said, if you keep acting like this, Sikong Qin and that blue land will kill you sooner or later. Aren't you afraid? The long-haired man sneered disdainfully. There are many people who want to kill me, but they have to find me first. Oh, by the way, I just said that I have a message for you. It's the female leader of the new base in Huadong. Did you know that she's actually a zombie? Don't you find it unbelievable? Li Jingye was stunned when he heard that. Then he immediately widened his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. What? Are you kidding me? She doesn't look like a zombie at all. Do you think I believe that? The long-haired man looked at him calmly. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I haven't confirmed whether the information is true or not. But I suggest that if you're sure she's a zombie, don't leak the information. The best thing to do is capture her. The long-haired man's eyes, which were covered by his long hair on both sides of his forehead, lit up with a strange light. He was very excited and very curious, but also had a strong ruthless and bloody crazed look. If she really is a zombie, then she's worth far more than what we've got. Think about it, a female zombie that looks like a human, can speak, and is strong enough to build a new base. She's also so beautiful. How can we let such a special female zombie disappear? Li Jingye looked at the long-haired man with a strange expression. It was a mixture of fear and helplessness. All right, I understand. But first we need to know if what you're saying is true. Where did you get this information? He asked. I overheard it from Lan Lu. The long-haired man's expression disappeared, and he answered calmly. Then Lan Lu also knows. Then he still dares to cooperate with this base. Li Jingye looked doubtful. The long-haired man looked at him and said, this Lan Lu knows more than us. If I hadn't been keeping an eye on him recently, I wouldn't have accidentally heard about this. You don't need to worry about this. Just go and find out if it's true or not before making a decision. At this time in Qingshan's temporary base, Lan Lu, Chang Qingqing, and Hu Daba were sitting together with a worried expression. If this news gets out, it won't be good for Miss Lu's situation. Chang Qingqing said with a frown. If she can hide it well, then they won't know if I'm telling the truth or not. At that time, we'll spread the news and say it's fake. We should be able to hide it. Lan Lu said with a bitter smile. I hope she can cooperate with us. But we're too far away from the base. The information is a bit slow, Changqingqing said. They had to send the information to the base to the female zombie leader. Of course, this information couldn't be known by the person who accidentally got the news from Lan Lu. So they couldn't just fly a helicopter over. Roar, roar, roar. You leaked the information yourself. Think of a way yourself. Hu Daba rolled his eyes at Lan Lu. Anyway. Hurry up and find a suitable person to send out. Not only do we need to inform Miss Lu, but we also need to inform Wu Qingyue in Haiqing. If we don't tell him, when he finds out that we leaked his wife's identity, he'll kill me. Lan Lu looked at the other two with a sad face. Hu Daba looked at the ceiling, indicating that he didn't care about this. If it was their own trouble, then they should deal with it themselves. Changqingqing frowned slightly and thought about it. How about we let Lei Cheng and Yingyue go? With early eye speed, although it's not as fast as a plane, it's the fastest way on land. Lan Lu sighed and said, "Sigh, that's the only way. But if early eye has to carry two people at the same time, it'll be a bit strenuous. Only one can go." Then Yingyue. The main purpose of this mission is to send information. Yingyue has the space element. Although she's a bit weaker, her escape skills are better than Lei Chang's. Changqingqing nodded. Chapter 1005. Lin Qiao, who was fighting with the level 8 underworld creature, didn't know that his identity had been leaked by Lan Lu. However, the other party was skeptical. If it was someone else, they wouldn't believe Lan Lu. However, Lan Lu met someone with a screw loose. Bang! Lin Qiao was once again swept by the claw of the level 8 underground creature, and his body was sent flying. She flew out and crashed into a building beside her, creating a hole in the wall. Cough! Lin Qiao spat out a mouthful of black blood. She immediately dashed out of the building. Boom! After she dashed out, the level 8 creature smashed into the building where Lin Qiao had crashed into. Rumble! The entire building, which was only 3 stories high, was completely destroyed by it. Lin Qiao sighed. Sure enough, she was still too weak. Although she was a level 7 zombie and a level 2 king, her strength hadn't recovered yet. The opponent was a level 8 mutated beast that could go berserk. That was comparable to a level 9 zombie. Terrifying, that was why she was being beaten up like a sandbag. Most of her energy had been dispersed to the bodies of the underground creatures. Her image was pitiful. The others were also in a worse state than her, only Chiu Lily wasn't as pitiful as she was in the sky. These creatures didn't have long-range skills and couldn't attack her. However, the Black Panther on the ground was also pitiful. The claw wounds on its back increased. Its ear was cut. If it wasn't for Chiu Lily's timely help, its entire right ear would have been cut off. Elmar then transformed and joined in as well. However, she had a broken bone and her movements were slow. She couldn't deal with the big ones, so she could only deal with the small ones. After the level 8 creature destroyed the building, it saw that Lin Qiao had slipped away. It became impatient and stood on the ruins to sniff in Lin Qiao's direction. Suddenly, it turned its head and sniffed in the direction of the base. Lin Qiao saw its expression and knew that things weren't good. Sure enough, the level 8 creature raised its head and roared, roar, 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 roar. The other underground creatures responded to its roar and left the zombies behind to go to their leader. As for the zombies that were thrown down, they were all covered in wounds. Although it wouldn't take their lives, they looked quite miserable. At this time, Yuan Tianqing, Lin Feng, and the others who were standing on the walls of the Universal Base were also very anxious because of the information they received from the battlefield. However, they did not have any practical means of attack, so they could not go out and help at all. They were not as strong as zombies and did not have immortal bodies. If they went, they would only be a burden to Lin Qiao and the others and increase their death rate. It was precisely because Lin Qiao did not want to see such a situation that he did not let these weak humans join the battle. Therefore, they could only evacuate those who could not fight as quickly as possible while paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. This is bad. Leader won't be able to hold them off for long. Li Zheng had just returned from the front of the battlefield and said to Yuan Tianqing anxiously. Lin Feng, who was beside him, immediately asked, "Report the details." Li Zheng said, "Originally, the leader's ability was able to restrain the underground creatures, but the level 8 leader was too strong after going berserk. The leader couldn't deal with it and restrain the other underground creatures at the same time. Therefore, she cut off her control over them. Now that Qiu Lily and the others are all injured and even the leader is being abused, those things are very impatient. Now a large number of zombies are gathering between our base and the battlefield. It won't take long to stop them." Yuan Tianqing glanced at Lin Feng and Lin Feng nodded. "Let's go now," even though she doesn't want to ask him for help. Although she is not very willing to ask for his help, we can't just watch them fight in front of us. "Looking for our leader." "No need, he is already here." At this time, a voice suddenly interrupted. Yuan Tianqing and the others turned their heads and saw that Haiqing Xiao Yunlong had appeared in their group. "You said Leader Wu is here." Seeing him, everyone was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. They immediately revealed a surprised smile. Xiao Yunlong smiled and said, "Of course he is here. If he doesn't come, his wife will be gone." Everyone. Suddenly, they did not know what to say. When Lin Qiao saw that these underground creatures were beginning to lose interest in the zombies, she felt that something was wrong and immediately rushed forward again. She controlled all the energy in her body into a dark fire and waved it at the level 8 underground creature. A black lotus the size of a wash basin immediately turned into several strands of black fire that spread out and rushed towards the level 8 underground creature. It drilled into its mouth, nose, and ears and quickly dispersed in its body. Roar dash! After this black fire drilled into its body, the attack speed was worlds apart from the one that Lin Qiao had casually thrown out. But even so, Lin Qiao still felt that her dark fire was suppressed in her body and could not move. The level 8 underground creature stopped and gathered its energy to attack her dark fire. The red light on its body flickered intensely. Its whole body was bent as if it was using a lot of strength. Roar dash! However, the other underground creatures knocked away the surrounding zombies and continued to rush in the direction of the base. Lin Qiao's ability was only in a stalemate for half a minute when the level 8 giant creature suddenly stood up. Roar dash! Then the red light on its body burst into a dazzling brilliance. Poof! Lin Qiao felt that all the energy that she had placed on the creature was devoured. The empty feeling in her body caused the blood in her chest to gush out. Roar! The level 8 underground creature turned to look at her and leaped towards her in a flash. It wanted to trample her to death. Bang! Boom! At this time, a half-meter thick lightning bolt that looked like the root of a plant suddenly struck the giant underground creature leader that had just leaped into the air. Bang! Roar dash! The underground creature leader roared in pain and was smashed to the ground. He fell to the ground and smelled of something burning. However, after the first bolt of lightning struck down, a dozen more bolts of lightning followed, blasting the other gorillas who were rushing towards the base a few hundred meters away to the ground. When Lin Qiao saw the underground creature leader leap up, she wanted to prop up her body and dodge. But suddenly, a pair of arms carried her up and she fell into the arms of a man. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in another location. Chapter 1006. Lin Qiao breathed a sigh of relief when she smelled the familiar scent. But she said in surprise, "Huh? Did they inform you to come so early?" It seems like it's not the right time yet. Wu Qingyue had a smile on his face, but the light in his eyes was a bit dangerous. Not when. Do they want to wait until you turn from a complete zombie into a broken zombie before they call me? Although the female zombie's mouth and chest reeked of blood, he found that her body didn't have any major injuries. However, his heart, which was hanging high in the air, did not relax. He saw from afar that she couldn't dodge in time and the monster was about to trample her flat. His whole body was instantly wrapped in a kind of panic, and he almost instinctively raised his hand to attack the giant beast. But now this female zombie actually said that he came at the wrong time. It was so infuriating. If he didn't appear in time, wouldn't she have been trampled into a pile of meat, and then waiting for him to collect her body? Thinking of that scene, Wu Qingyue's whole body began to become violent. Lin Qiao heard his words and felt the fluctuation of his breath again. She said hesitantly in her heart, so they didn't actually inform you to come. Put me down first. Since you're here, please help me get rid of this big guy. This man didn't let go of her, so Lin Qiao could only ask him to put her down. Wu Qingyue put her down, and the two of them were standing on the roof of a building. He looked at her coldly. Together. Do you think you can still fight? Don't think that he didn't feel that her energy had been used up. Lin Qiao's mouth twitched with some guilt, and she couldn't help but look at him and said, "It's berserk now, do you think you can get rid of it by yourself?" Wu Qingyue looked at her, and the beautiful smile on the corner of his mouth was somewhat inexplicable. But a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "At least a little stronger than you." Then he suddenly waved his hand without raising his head. Boom dash, a huge silver lightning struck down from the sky, accurately hitting the level 8 underground creature that had just recovered a little. Roar dash, Lin Qiao. She had to admit that this man's ability seemed to be a little stronger. It seemed like he was preparing to break through. Boom, 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 the surrounding thunderbolts fell continuously, targeting the level 5 and above underground creatures. When the first lightning appeared, Chiu Lily and the other zombies were relieved. This was because they all knew that apart from their leader, only Wu Qingyue could deal with these creatures that crawled out of the ground. After being struck twice, the level 8 underground gorilla was dumbfounded. But when lightning struck it for the third time, the level 8 underground gorilla was stunned. However, it managed to dodge in time. Humph 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 humph, roar, it shook its charred head a few times, and when it woke up, it immediately bared its teeth at Wu Qingyue and roared at him. It was obvious that she was angered by his 2 strikes. The other underworld creatures that were struck by lightning had their red lights dimmed. When they heard the roar of the level 8 underworld creature, they roared in resonance. Roar roar roar, roar, waves of roars rushed towards Wu Qingyue. If it was an ordinary person, their spiritual consciousness would have been shattered by these roars. However, Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao didn't feel anything. Instead, Lin Qiao heard that these things were angry. They are angry. Lin Qiao said in surprise. When she used her ability to deal with them, she didn't see any signs of anger from these creatures. Stay here and don't move. After Wu Qingyue said this to her, he rushed out in a flash, and a dark thunder pressure came from the sky. Boom, 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 lightning flashed in the dark clouds and struck the underworld creatures from time to time. Although they were struck by lightning, the higher level ones wouldn't die immediately. However, the red lights on their bodies flickered and temporarily lost their fighting power. Those that were level 5 and below were directly killed by the lightning. Roar, Wu Qingyue's lightning power made the level 8 underworld creature furious and fearful at the same time. It roared and leaped towards Wu Qingyue. The huge figure was like a giant light beast. It pounced in front of Wu Qingyue with a red light and slashed at him with its steel blade-like claws. The level 8 underworld gorilla was very fast. It moved in front of Wu Qingyue the moment the wind blew. He opened his mouth and roared at him. At the same time, he attacked. The beast's roar was to scare its target or to distract them. It was indeed very useful for weak prey. Wu Qingyue wasn't unaffected. At least, his ears were a little shaken. However, he didn't stop and dodged. At the same time, he released another lightning strike at the level 8 underworld creature. Boom! This time, the level 8 underworld creature nimbly dodged his attack. He was hit twice by Wu Qingyue just now because he was ambushed by Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue's attack couldn't lock on to the underworld creature. Both sides immediately started fighting fiercely. Wu Qingyue's lightning struck continuously, causing sparks and dust to fly everywhere. From time to time, there would be flashes of light in the dark night. The huge red light of the underworld creature was also covered in a red light, leaving red shadows in its path. Every time it attacked, it used its huge claws to smash houses and countless mutated plants in the surroundings. Soon, this area collapsed and became a mess, turning into piles of ruins. Flames were burning everywhere due to the explosions of the lightning. Lin Qiao stood on the roof and looked at Wu Qingyue fighting the level 8 underworld creature to a draw. She looked at Wu Qingyue in surprise. On the other side, Qiao Lily waved her hand. A few tornadoes swept a few level 5 underworld creatures in front of her up 200 meters into the air and threw them back down. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of these level 5 underworld creatures weren't as tough as the level 7 ones. Although they didn't fall apart after falling, they suffered some internal injuries. Before they could recover, they were swept up by Qiao Lily again and fell again. Bang, bang, bang. After falling 3 or 4 times, these creatures couldn't get up anymore. Qiao Lily stood on the roof and looked at the corpse of the gorilla that she had fallen to death. She complained speechlessly, it took 4 falls to kill a level 5 one. What did these things eat to grow up? Lin Qiao, the big black leopard, sat beside her and wagged his tail. He raised his front paw and looked at it with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Chapter 1007. Although Wu Qingyue was alone, he managed to subdue the level 8 berserk creature. The situation turned around. Lin Qiao watched the battle for a while and knew that the level 8 creature couldn't leave the battlefield for the time being. Lin Qiao watched the battle for a while and knew that the level 8 creature couldn't leave the battlefield for the time being. She was grateful for Wu Qingyue's arrival. At the same time, the strange feelings that she suppressed in the corner of her heart started to stir. Looking at the figure of the other party, this man was really strong. She had to admit that. However, this powerful man gradually poured more and more feelings into her. The influence on her heart gradually became more and more frequent. Lin Qiao retracted her gaze and took a deep breath. She turned to look at the other underground creatures. The number of underworld creatures had increased because their companions had joined them. Although they were surrounded by a large number of zombies, the claws and teeth of the zombies had no effect on them. Moreover, these creatures were extremely strong. With a wave of their claws, they could sweep away a group of zombies. Fortunately, there were many zombies. If the human wave tactic didn't work, there was still the human wall tactic. Lin Qiao stretched out her hands and began to sense the powers that she had left in the bodies of the other underground creatures. She used her own powers to control them. The nether fire in the body of the nearest level 6 underground creature surged and began to absorb the powers of these creatures. Roar! The level 6 underground gorilla let out a panicked roar and began to scratch its chest. Soon, the situation began to spread to the other underground creatures. Dozens of level 5 and level 6 underground creatures began to scratch its chest. Qiao Lily, Elmar, and the others had been counterattacked for a while and were all injured. There weren't many left with combat power. But Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei were the two who were in the best condition. Lin Qiao looked around and suddenly dashed out. If she didn't focus on the level 8 monster, she would have other ways to deal with the level 6 and level 7 underground creatures. A level 7 underground gorilla the size of a buffalo was scratching its chest with its sharp claws. The red light on its body flickered intermittently. Lin Qiao suddenly appeared on its neck and wrapped his legs around its neck. He then hugged the head of the underground creature. In the next second, she and the underground creature disappeared at the same time. After a few seconds, Lin Qiao appeared beside another level 7 underworld creature. Using the same method, the level 7 underground creature was once again captured into the space. Apart from the 5 at the beginning and the few that joined later, there were a total of 10 level 7 underworld creatures. At this time, these rank 7 creatures were being tortured by Lin Qiao's Hellfire ability. They didn't even notice her movements as they were brought into the space. Wow, leader, are you planning to raise them all in the space? Qiu Lily's eyes widened when she saw Lin Qiao's actions. She's much stronger in the space than she is in the outside world. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to pin down that level 8 beast, she would have been able to do so. Leader could have thrown these things into the space forest a long time ago. The black forest leopard swung his thick black tail and stood up. He walked to her side and opened his mouth to speak human language. Qiu Lily nodded thoughtfully. I see. The two of them shifted their gazes to the other side where the thunder was rumbling. They saw that the Class 8 giant beast was madly chasing after Wu Qingyue. From time to time, it would be struck by Wu Qingyue's lightning. But its body structure was really strong. It had been struck by Wu Qingyue several times. Besides the flickering red light, there was no injury on its body. Wu Qingyue raised his eyebrows. He suddenly raised his hands and put his palms together as if he was hugging something. Suddenly, he pulled down. Clank, boom, a huge thunderclap resounded. This thunderclap was very loud. It was so loud that the surrounding zombies and underworld creatures stopped and looked up at the sky instinctively. They saw a lightning beam at least 1.5 meters thick descending from the sky towards the huge underground creature. Roar! The level 8 gorilla stopped and looked up at the sky with a vigilant expression. As soon as it looked up, the lightning beam fell on its head. It didn't even have time to dodge. Boom! The earth trembled as the lightning struck down. It blasted a huge pit in the middle of the road where the level 8 underground creature was. The level 8 gorilla was also blasted into the bottom of the pit. Roar! The level 8 gorilla let out a shrill scream. It was obvious that the lightning beam caused significant damage to it. Wu Qingyue flashed to the edge of the pit and the second lightning beam fell. At this time, the level 8 giant beast at the bottom of the pit hadn't recovered from the previous attack. It was struck by another lightning beam that was 1 meter thick. Woo! When it was hit by the first lightning beam, the level 8 underground creature was already injured. When the second lightning beam fell on it, the huge body of the level 8 underground creature lay in the pit and couldn't get up. But it still struggled to stand up and didn't want to admit defeat. Wu Qingyue expressionlessly glanced around and found that the figure of the female zombie had disappeared. At the same time, there were a dozen level 7 underground creatures. He frowned slightly. Was that female zombie going to deal with so many underground creatures by herself? Could she deal with them? It should be about the same. It seemed that her flame ability was also very effective against these things. Wu Qingyue originally trusted Lin Qiao's strength. But considering that she hadn't recovered to her peak and that she had caught 10 level 7 underground creatures at once, it was hard for him not to worry. It wasn't just 1 or 2. It was hard for him not to worry. At this time, the 10 level 7 underground creatures that Lin Qiao threw into the spatial forest were standing still with their noses and ears stretched out vigilantly. They were sniffing and listening as if they were trying to identify the location. The unfamiliar smell and the smell of their own kind had disappeared. This made them panic. Lin Qiao quietly landed on a tree in the middle of the forest and sat on top of the tree. She sat on top of the tree with her eyes closed and started to control the power of the space to suppress the 10 underground creatures. At the same time, she used her ability to control the dark fire in their bodies and quickly extracted their energy to transform it into her own. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, furious roars of beasts could be heard coming from the forest. Outside the forest, Mo Yen and the female zombie looked at the direction of the forest in confusion. They didn't know what Lin Qiao was doing. And the herd of sheep and roe deer on the other side of the lake were immediately frightened after hearing the roars. If they didn't run away, they would just lie down on the grass and shiver with their heads buried in their hands. Chapter 1008. With the support of the space, Lin Qiao controlled the death flame to devour the energy of these creatures with ease. With the energy of these creatures, the originally empty energy in her zombie core gradually began to recover a little. Wu Qingyue was keeping an eye on the most dangerous and terrifying monster in the outside world. The other level 7 zombies were kept in the space by Lin Qiao, leaving only level 6 and below. But for the other zombies besides Qiu Lily and Lin Quan, they were still difficult to deal with. Qiu Lily flew the level 6 zombie into the sky and fell down. If it was too low, it wouldn't die. If it was too high, it would adjust its posture in midair. When it fell to the ground, not only was it not injured, but it could also land safely. Roar dash at this moment, when it was suppressed by Wu Qingyue in the deep pit and struck by lightning. The underground creature suddenly roared and flashed left and right at the bottom of the pit. Then, it dragged its body out of the pit. After it roared, the surrounding underground creatures turned around and retreated. They are retreating. Qiu Lily's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Quan used her claws to press a level 5 underground creature to the ground and flipped it over. Then, she lifted her claws and clawed at the weak belly of the creature. Puff dash, even if it was a belly, the skin of these creatures was still very tough. Lin Kuei's powerful claws only left a few shallow wounds. It didn't even break the stomach of the level 5 underground creature. There wasn't much blood flowing out of the wounds. Only a little bit of blood oozed out before it stopped automatically. However, Lin Kuei immediately bared his teeth and bit the wounds. Then, he pinned down the struggling creature with his 4 legs and started biting. He tore his belly open and used his claws to stab into the torn wound and clawed fiercely. Roar dash, the pain in its abdomen made the level 5 underground creature struggle with all its might. But no matter how it struggled, it was easily held down by Lin Kuei. Soon, its stomach was bleeding from Lin Kuei's bite and its intestines were dug out. The surrounding underground creatures began to retreat in the direction they came from, but it wasn't so easy for the level 8 underground creature to leave. Rumble, continuous lightning bolts blasted towards it. Although it didn't matter if 1 or 2 slashes landed on its body, it was still very painful to be continuously struck like this. The level 8 underground creature realized that as long as there was a food that could release lightning, it wouldn't be able to bring its brethren forward. Since they couldn't win, they could only retreat. That was why the level 8 creature gave the order to retreat and its subordinates, who were weaker than it, disappeared. This made it very fearful. Of course, Wu Qingyue wouldn't let it run away just like that, lest it came out again. As a result, the number of lightning bolts that fell immediately increased, and the power of each bolt was enough to blow up a small building. However, it only left a fist-sized wound on the body of the level 8 underground creature. But at this time, its body was full of such wounds. Although they weren't fatal, they were still very painful. The level 8 underground gorilla didn't want to bother with Wu Qingyue. It just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible or escape from the attack of its prey. But no matter how it dodged, the other party followed it closely and bombarded it with lightning bolts. The level 8 underground gorilla started to become irritable. Along with its irritation, the red light on its body began to shine intensely. The color became brighter and brighter, from red to orange, from orange to orange, then to yellow, and finally to yellowish-white. Wu Qingyue had a premonition that this huge creature might launch a skill attack, so he was prepared to retreat cautiously. At this moment, the light on the 10-meter-tall creature suddenly shot a light beam with a diameter of 1 meter that shone directly on Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue felt his mind shake when the yellowish-white light shone on him, and his consciousness suddenly blurred. The level 8 underground creature only shone on him for 2 seconds before withdrawing the light. Then, it quickly turned around and avoided him, leaping tens of meters in the direction of the previous hole. Wu Qingyue, who was left behind, stood motionless and didn't continue to release lightning bolts. The thunderclouds in the sky began to gradually disperse. Wu Qingyue didn't move, so no one could continue to stop the level 8 underground creature. Soon, its huge figure disappeared into the night. The surrounding underworld creatures also dived into the water. The group of zombies that had received Lin Qiao's order chased after them. Qiu Lily discovered Wu Qingyue's situation after she killed a level 6 zombie with great difficulty. She saw that he was suddenly standing still and didn't care that the level 8 underground creature had run away. She immediately flashed in front of him, intending to ask him what was going on. "Did you let it run away? Or you couldn't stop it?" But Wu Qingyue didn't respond to her after she asked. Qiu Lily realized that although he was standing, his eyes were closed. She didn't know what he was doing. Hey! Qiu Lily raised her small hand and waved it in front of his face. At this time, the energy in Wu Qingyue's body suddenly became irritable. "Ah! Oh no!" Qiu Lily suddenly screamed, and her figure quickly disappeared in front of Wu Qingyue. When she reappeared, she was already high up in the sky. Boom, rumble, rumble. At this time, the thunderclouds above Wu Qingyue's head began to gather again, and there was a faint, dull sound of thunder. Right at this moment, Wu Qingyue's eyes snapped open. However, his pupils were emitting a purple glow. Both of his pupils had turned into amethyst in color. Boom, rumble, rumble, the energy in his body overflowed and formed an energy whirlpool with a diameter of 5 meters around him. Everything within 5 meters of Wu Qingyue's feet was twisted into dust and dissipated by his energy. After Wu Qingyue's energy overflowed, the sound of thunder in the sky became more intense. There was a vague feeling that it was about to land, but it didn't. Rumble, rumble, this fella is crazy again. Qiu Lily stared with her ruby-like eyes for a while and suddenly murmured in surprise. Then, she flashed and appeared next to Lin Kuei. "What's going on?" Lin Kuei lifted his leopard head to look at the sky and asked Qiu Lily in confusion. He originally thought that Wu Qingyue looked quite powerful this time and should be able to deal with that huge monster. Unexpectedly, the monster suddenly shot a ray of light at Wu Qingyue, and Wu Qingyue let it go. Not only did he let it go, but looking at the chaotic explosion of energy around Wu Qingyue, he couldn't have gone crazy, right? But didn't he already go crazy once? Why is there a second time? There must be something wrong with the ray of light shot by the underground creature. Otherwise, why would Wu Qingyue suddenly become like this? Qiu Lily said. Chapter 1009. The zombie and the Black Panther looked at each other. At this time, the other zombies saw that the underground creatures had retreated. They retreated to Chio Lily's side. Elmar limped on one leg and hopped to Chio Lily's side. She looked at Lin Kuei and was surprised to see a zombie that could transform into a big fluffy cat. Then she looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "Why does this situation look so familiar?" "Ah, you'll know why it looks familiar when you get closer," Chio Lily said calmly. "Why did he suddenly go crazy? And didn't they say that a psychic that has gone crazy once won't go crazy a second time?" Elmar said with a puzzled expression. Chio Lily turned her head and looked around. Then she said with a miserable face, "Wow, all of you are so miserable. How long will it take to cure him?" Apart from herself, there were a few level 5 wind element leaders. Only a few of them were uninjured. All of them were covered in blood, and they had to clean up the blood on their bodies before returning to the base. Lin Kuei's head wasn't injured, but there was a cut on his ear. His back was in a miserable state. He didn't transform back to human form because he had no clothes to wear. He had to transform back naked. The leader put all the level 7 creatures into the space. "Can she handle it?" Elmar frowned slightly. Chio Lily nodded confidently, "Yes, she can. She's very powerful. But if she comes out and finds out that this guy went crazy again and that big guy ran away, I don't know how she will feel. She will probably laugh at him. Although he didn't fail, he didn't accomplish anything." Elmar was silent for a while before replying with a wicked smile. "Does he still have instinctive consciousness? Will it be like last time? Can he still recognize our leader?" Chio Lily suddenly asked. The others looked at her and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Qiao, who was hiding in the space and devouring the energy of 10 underground creatures, didn't know that the level 8 alien beast he left for Wu Qingyue had run away and that someone was going crazy. Chio Lily and the others gathered together to watch the retreating underworld creatures and Wu Qingyue, who was standing motionless at the same spot. There was no expression on Wu Qingyue's face. His pupils had turned into a purple crystal color, glowing like 2 stars in the dark night. The clouds above his head were very thick. Lightning snakes flickered in and out of the clouds, but not a single bolt of lightning fell. The energy that burst out from his body only filled a 5-meter radius around him, and did not expand. Wu Qingyue's amethyst eyes were cold. But he slowly moved his gaze left and right, as if he was looking for something. Lin Qiao didn't have to worry about the outside world. He spent 3 hours devouring the 10 underground creatures and burning their corpses before coming out of the space. He thought that when he came out, he would see that the battlefield was over. Even if Wu Qingyue couldn't kill the level 8 underground creature, he should at least be able to chase it away. There was no aura of the underworld creatures. Meanwhile, Chio Lily and the others were gathered together to watch the show. What happened? How did he become like this? Lin Qiao was stunned when she saw Wu Qingyue's situation. She flashed to Chio Lily's side and asked in puzzlement. "Ah, you're out. It seems that you've cleaned up those guys." Chio Lily said happily when she saw Lin Qiao. Then she remembered to answer her question. "Oh, when you entered the space, he was having fun torturing the big guy. Maybe the big guy realized that he was not easy to deal with, so he wanted to run away with his subordinates. But Wu Qingyue stopped him. As a result, the red light on his body turned into white light and shone on him. That's how he became like this." Lin Qiao frowned and asked, "How long has he been like this?" Chio Lily replied, "More than 3 hours." While they were talking, Wu Qingyue, who had been standing motionless for more than 3 hours, suddenly looked in their direction. That pair of amethyst eyes stared at him intently. "Wow! Oh no, he's looking at us." Chiu Lily and the others tensed up and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At this time, Lin Xiao had a bad premonition. She subconsciously said, "No way. He's coming again." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the man who had been standing motionlessly on the ruins suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Then, a strong pressure came toward them. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The next second, Wu Qingyue's figure appeared where they had scattered. Then, he raised his head and looked in the direction that Lin Xiao had retreated. The pair of cold amethyst eyes stared at Lin Xiao's position with a slightly crazy expression. Wow, he recognized the leader. It's true love. Elmar's figure flashed to a high-voltage electric pole and she said, "Then there's still hope. Thank goodness." Chiu Lily's figure also flashed on the roof next to them. Seeing that Wu Qingyue's eyes were only locked in Lin Xiao's direction, everyone felt inexplicably relieved. While the others heaved a sigh of relief, Lin Xiao felt a little bitter. Because she had been locked on by Wu Qingyue. Under the pressure of the other party's stronger pressure, she could not directly enter the space. What the hell was this situation? Can't he just be fine? Wu Qingyue's figure disappeared again and flashed toward her in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao tried to enter the space again, but she still could not. She suddenly gave up struggling, but her whole body was still tightly on guard. She wanted to see what was going on with this person now. As long as this person dared to attack her, she better run. Anyway, she could not defeat him. Since she could not enter the space, what else could she do other than run? Just as she was thinking about it, Wu Qingyue immediately appeared in front of her with a somewhat violent energy aura. But strangely, he still maintained a distance of half a meter from her. He just stood in front of her and slightly lowered his head, looking at her with those beautiful amethyst eyes. Lin Xiao. The others. Just as Lin Xiao and the others were confused, Wu Qingyue quietly looked at her for a few seconds, then slightly lowered his head and slightly smelled the aura on her body. Then he raised his hand and slowly touched her face. Lin Xiao. Was he planning to take advantage of her crazy so he dared to tease her? Then everyone immediately revealed an expression of "Oh, so that's how it is." Lin Xiao turned her head to the side and avoided Wu Qingyue's hand. Then she saw that there was a circle of less than 10 meters of zombies standing around, looking like they were watching a show. Her face could not help but turn black. What kind of zombies are these? Can't they just watch the show from a distance? Chapter 10:10. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Wu Qingyue, who was in front of her, suddenly turned his head and stared at the surrounding zombies. The energy that was originally only revolving around him within 5 meters suddenly expanded and exploded. It was very aggressive as it rushed towards the surrounding zombies. Wow! He's angry. Chiu Lily flashed into the air and let out a strange cry. Although Wu Qingyue's energy repelled other zombies or other creatures getting close to him, he seemed to be very close to Lin Xiao. Seeing the other zombies being swept away by Wu Qingyue's energy, Lin Xiao was speechless as she looked up at the dark sky. The dark clouds above seemed to be dissipating. At this time, Wu Qingyue suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist. Then he lifted her hand to the tip of his nose and sniffed. Then he gently pulled her in front of him, leaned forward and slightly lowered his head to sniff Lin Xiao's neck. The familiar sweet scent made his eyes flicker, bright and dark. Even when he was doing these actions, his face was still cold, and even his eyes were cold, but his actions were very gentle. Wu Qingyue's instinctive actions made Lin Xiao slightly uncomfortable. Although she had already experienced this person's instinctive consciousness last time. Although she didn't dislike Wu Qingyue as much now, she also didn't resist him a lot. But she still felt that the current situation between the two of them was a bit strange, as if it was developing in a strange direction. Lin Qiao slightly took a step back, but it was this movement that immediately caused Wu Qingyue to have a slightly excited reaction. As soon as she moved, he suddenly reached out with his other hand and grabbed the back of Lin Qiao's neck, pressing her neck forward. Lin Qiao, who almost collided with his face, the zombies that were forced back by Wu Qingyue, curiously guessed Wu Qingyue's actions. What is he doing? Why is he smelling the leader's scent like a puppy? He might be using his instincts to analyze the leader's scent. Anyway, he has no consciousness now. Everything he does is just an instinctive reaction. I think so too. But look at the sky. The thunderclouds have dispersed. It seems that the leader's words had a great effect on him. Lin Qiao, who didn't dare to move after hearing their conversation, thought, "Someone, take this lunatic away." Just as she began to roll her eyes speechlessly, Wu Qingyue's face, which was originally just lowering his head to smell her scent, began to move closer and closer. When a warm breath touched Lin Qiao's neck, her whole body suddenly trembled. A feeling similar to goosebumps spread from the skin of his neck to his heart like an electric current. Lin Qiao immediately felt terrible. Then, when a pair of warm lips kissed her neck, Lin Qiao cursed in her heart. Motherfucker. No way. The kiss on her neck made Lin Qiao want to struggle, but the hand on the back of her neck and the hand holding her hand made her unable to move. Moreover, the other party's body gradually leaned over and began to stick to her body. Qiu Lily, Elmar, and the others were watching from a distant rooftop. Although they were far away, they could see clearly. Wow, what's going on? Qiu Lily stared with her eyes wide open and said curiously. Elmar stood next to her with one leg and raised a hand to cover her eyes. Children shouldn't look. Qiu Lily slapped her hand away. You're the child. Perhaps because the surrounding aura was too chaotic, Wu Qingyue's movement suddenly stopped. He pulled away slightly and then let go of the hand that was holding the back of Lin Qiao's neck. But in the next second, he pulled Lin Qiao and disappeared on the spot. He directly took Lin Qiao away. Oh, he took the leader away, Elmar said somewhat speechlessly. It's okay, it looks like he won't hurt the leader anyway, Qiu Lily said calmly. Why don't you say that the leader actually has a way to escape on her own? Elmar glanced at her. Qiu Lily turned to look at her and suddenly glanced at her leg. Does it hurt? Elmar. What does that sarcastic look mean? When Lin Qiao was pulled away, she watched helplessly as Wu Qingyue took her into the sky and then quickly flew in the direction of Haiqing. Wu Qingyue's speed was very fast, and as soon as he left, he withdrew all the energy in his body. It no longer flowed out, and the thunder in the sky also disappeared. What was going on? Why did this person suddenly bring her to Haiqing? Had he lost his mind, or had he not lost it yet? Why did he bring her to Haiqing? When Lin Qiao and him landed in a familiar small courtyard, Lin Qiao's face darkened again. Oh, very good, this man had already entered a manic state and lost his mind, but he still didn't forget to take her home. What was going on? He actually remembered to go home. The appearance of Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao immediately attracted the attention of the secret guards around the leader's residence. But when they saw that it was their leader and his wife, they silently pretended not to see them and continued to secretly keep watch. Because Wu Qingyue's state didn't seem to change at first glance, and they were far away, they couldn't see Wu Qingyue's eyes. So they didn't know that their leader was in a strange state. Wu Qingyue looked at his courtyard, then pulled Lin Qiao into the house. He didn't let go. After entering, Wu Qingyue looked left and right, then pulled Lin Qiao to the kitchen, then to the storeroom, then to the bathroom, and so on, as if he was looking for something. Lin Qiao allowed him to hold her hand as she observed his expression. At this moment, Wu Qingyue's face was still expressionless, but his lips were pursed into a straight line. The purple light in his cold eyes began to flicker violently. What was he looking for? Could he be looking for Lingling? Lin Qiao thought about it hesitantly, hesitating whether she should ask. But she was afraid that if she said something, it would agitate him. That wouldn't be good. So she continued to remain silent. She thought about how to wake this guy up. If she didn't wake him up, she wouldn't be able to be free. Was it going to be like the previous time? Was she going to feed him water with her mouth? Her heart was so tired. After Wu Qingyue pulled her around the first floor, he suddenly stopped in front of the stairs, then immediately pulled her up to the second floor. He looked around on the second floor, then continued to the third floor. Then, after Wu Qingyue pushed open the door to his room, he suddenly stopped. Lin Qiao looked at his room blankly. It was clean and tidy, a little too clean. Before she could finish looking at his room, she suddenly felt someone pulling her, then her body was pushed onto the bed. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Lin Qiao, huh? Wait, what's going on? Weren't you looking for your daughter? So you weren't looking for your daughter, just your bedroom, bastard. Chapter 10-11. Lin Qiao, who felt his body being pushed onto the bed, immediately reacted. Almost at the same time as he fell, he kicked Wu Qingyue, who was pouncing on him. Her kick was swift and precise, but her opponent was faster than her and blocked her kick with his hand. In the next second, she was pressed onto the bed. Qiao Lin, 10,000 mutated beasts stampeded across his heart. Wu Qingyue's body pressed tightly against Lin Qiao's and his eyes were fixed on Lin Qiao's face. Then he lowered his head to smell Lin Qiao's scent again. The more he smelled, the more reluctant he was to let go. Lin Qiao's hands were suppressed by him, so he couldn't do anything at all. She wanted to move her feet, but her entire body was pressed down by the other party's sturdy body, and his leg was entwined with hers. The other party's intention was very obvious, which made Lin Qiao's face turn darker and darker. He felt the breath on the skin of his neck and the gentle brush of his lips. Lin Qiao really wanted to kick this person out of the window, but the other party's mind was not clear, and his instincts were like a beast doing what he wanted to do. Although she knew that he had been coveting her, she didn't expect him to only think about doing this with her. Lin Qiao felt angry and helpless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In Wu Qingyue's subconscious, Lin Qiao's aura was the one he was most familiar with. Moreover, he had always treated Lin Qiao as his wife and instinctively treated her as his partner. Wasn't the duty of a partner to carry on the family line and satisfy his needs? So a certain someone who had been abstinent before, after eating a certain zombie not long ago, that feeling was instinctively remembered by him. Therefore, he could not remember anything else, but he remembered that time when he had sex with Lin Qiao. The memories of that time were too wonderful, so he wanted more. When he was rational, he could still suppress it, but now that he was irrational, he could only follow his instincts. At this time, even if Lin Qiao wanted to use his mouth to transfer the energy lake water into the opponent's mouth, he was temporarily unable to transfer the water into his own mouth. Because her hand was being held down. She turned her face sideways, not intending to avoid his face. Anyway, if she didn't think of a way to stop him, she couldn't just stretch her neck and hide somewhere. Or, she could only continue doing this so that he would let go of her hand. This way, at least she could use her hand to hold the water in her space in her mouth, and then entice him to drink it. His slightly cold but soft lips gently rubbed against the side of her neck twice, and then imprinted on it. Then, a suction force came from the skin of her neck, bringing with it a numbing sensation that quickly spread to her scalp. Lin Qiao's scalp went numb. A feeling of uncertainty arose in his mind. Her body seemed to be even more sensitive than before. It was just a light kiss, how could it make her scalp tingle? Lin Xiao could feel a very hot temperature from the other party's body. At first, Lin Xiao did not feel anything. But gradually, she could clearly feel the heat, and there was a certain thing pressed against her abdomen. Just by smelling her scent, he had become even more aroused. Could it be that her scent had this kind of medicinal effect? Ah, hey! Wu Qingyue, wake up. Are you a dog? Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain on his neck, and he instinctively let out a soft cry. Snapping out of his daze, he turned around to take a look. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on Wu Qingyue's icy face. Xiao Lin. What's going on? Can't he make me lose my focus? Wu Qingyue seemed to be a little unhappy with her lack of reaction, so he subconsciously bit her lightly. A purplish-red bite mark immediately appeared on Xiao Lin's neck. As soon as she turned her head, 2 lips immediately pressed against her lips. A hot breath gushed out from the other party's nose, and then directly entered Xiao Lin's nose. She felt her lips being crushed by his lips, and then being sucked twice. Then, a slippery tongue came out of the other party's mouth and licked around her lips. Then, it began to squeeze into her mouth, forcefully prying open her teeth and barging in. It was a familiar feeling, a familiar taste. Wu Qingyue's taste still carried a kind of fragrant and sweet taste of food, and it made her want to take a bite. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Although she had no intention of responding to his kiss, she did not reject him anymore. She wanted him to relax and let go of her hand. Soon, Wu Qingyue let go of one of her hands. This was because his hand moved towards her chest, and then very roughly began to tear her clothes. Once her hand was free, Xiao Lin hurriedly took out a glass of water. Then, she suddenly turned her face away with force, and saved her lips from the other party's mouth. Then, she poured the water in the glass into her mouth. Of course, because of her position, the entire glass of water splashed onto Wu Qingyue's bed, except for the mouthful that entered Lin Xiao's mouth. After putting the glass into her space, she immediately used her free hand to tilt Wu Qingyue's face, and then leaned forward to kiss his lips. Light up those who want to see the middle of the plot. Enter the group. At daybreak, Lin Xiao woke up when a ray of sunlight shone into her eyes. She squinted her eyes, and then opened them. After a few seconds of confusion, she turned her head to look out the window. However, when she moved, she found that her whole body was lying on her stomach, and her back felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain. The memory of last night instantly came back to her mind. Lin Xiao moved her hands and feet, and found that her movements were a bit like a turtle carrying a heavy shell, paddling its limbs in the water. She could move her hands and feet, but her body couldn't. Or was she more like the monkey that was pressed under the 5-finger mountain? After moving a bit, she felt that someone's thing was actually still buried in her body. Lin Xiao's face darkened. She suddenly turned around and flipped the person on her back. Then, she added a kick. Plop, ahem, a muffled groan mixed with the muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out in the room in the early morning. Lin Xiao sat up, wrapped herself in the bedsheet on Wu Qingyue's bed, and got off the bed to enter the bathroom. She didn't even look at Wu Qingyue, who sat up from the ground with a confused look on his face. Wu Qingyue sat on the floor beside the bed in a daze, lying on the bed. After watching Lin Xiao enter the bathroom with the bedsheet wrapped around her body, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In fact, after doing it once last night, he was already a bit clear-headed. He clearly remembered the feeling of the 2 times after that. After standing up, he found his underwear and trousers and put them on. He simply tidied up the messy bed, took a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and walked out of his bedroom. After Lin Qiao took a bath and put on the clothes she took out from her space, she saw that Wu Qingyue was already well dressed and sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, looking at her with a smile. Chapter 10-12. Lin Qiao pursed her lips, turned around, and walked straight to the door. As she walked, she said, "It was an accident. Don't think too much." When she said this, her eyes suddenly flickered. She knew that after last night, this man's feelings for her might have deepened. But she wasn't wrong. Last night was indeed an accident. It was just that the change in her mentality made him discover something. She didn't want to deny it, but she still couldn't suddenly accept it. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face faded a little. He sighed helplessly and said, "You're leaving now." How heartless. He had already guessed that she would react in such a way, but when he heard her words, he couldn't believe it. He was still a little depressed. But on second thought, at least she was doing well now, wasn't she? He could sensitively sense the hesitation and wavering in her words. This was already very good, and it could even be regarded as progress. Lin Qiao looked at his expression and didn't know why she felt a little upset. It seemed that he was disappointed that she regarded last night's incident as an accident. But what else could she do but regard it as an accident? She couldn't change her original decision just because of this accident. Lin Qiao even wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, not wanting him to see her wavering mood. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she might change her mind under his gaze. But Xiaoting's full moon will be here in 2 days. Can you? Wu Qingyue suddenly stood up and walked to her side. He looked down at her closely and said with a trace of appeal in his voice, "Can we do it here?" Lin Qiao's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Then, he blinked violently. She turned her head and looked away, saying coldly, "You have to ask Man this question. If he agrees, I won't stop you." She didn't refuse Wu Qingyue because she knew that she didn't have the right to do so. Man had his own ideas, and she respected his choice. Wu Qingyue raised his hand and wanted to hug her, but he stopped before he touched her. He paused for 2 seconds and then withdrew his hand. "Can't you stay and wait for his answer?" Lin Qiao turned around and looked at him strangely. "I have to go back to deal with the next thing." Wu Qingyue said, "It's just a small matter. There's no need to go back." He was already used to not staying in his own base to work, so he had no idea how hard it was for Xiao Liqing and the others to run errands. Xiao Lin, who was used to staying in his own headquarters to command the overall situation, didn't plan to send his arrangement back. Just as he was about to refuse, the sound of a car came from downstairs. Lin Qiao's expression froze. Then, he suddenly glared at Wu Qingyue. Wu Qingyue immediately raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. With a mournful face, he said, "It's not me. This is what Xiao Yunlong and Zhou Shihui wanted to do. I didn't agree at the beginning." He betrayed the 2 people below without hesitation. Lin Qiao could smell his son's scent from the cars below. Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen were following them. Seeing Wu Qingyue's quick reaction and attitude of admitting his mistake, he could only drop the matter. Glaring at him angrily, Lin Qiao immediately opened the door and walked out. Wu Qingyue immediately followed behind, for fear that she would turn around and rush down to run away with his son. After the 2 went downstairs and walked to the gate of the courtyard, the cars outside the courtyard happened to come over and stop. 4 or 5 modified off-road vehicles were parked in a row. After the door opened, Xiao Yunlong was the first to come down with his long legs stretched out. "Oh! Brother, you are really fast." Xiao Yunlong looked at the 2 people standing together at the gate of the courtyard, then looked at Wu Qingyue with a teasing smile. Wu Qingyue smiled faintly, but directly ignored him. Instead, He looked at his son who was being carried by Duanwan in the middle of the car. He thought to himself, you should be prepared to be cut by the female zombie. How come I don't know that Sea City's leader Xiao now has the habit of kidnapping other people's children? Lin Qiao looked coldly at Xiao Yunlong and said lightly. But her gaze was like a knife piercing straight at him. Xiao Yunlong's whole body was cold, and his expression stiffened under her icy gaze. Then he smiled apologetically and said that, how can it be called kidnapping? We just want our Sea City leader's son to hold a full moon banquet in our home. And we invited Little Ting here openly. It's too much to say that it's a kidnapping. Wow, Papa and Mama. Did you guys make love last night? The smell on your body is so strong. At this time, a tender baby voice was full of energy, and very loud. There seemed to be excitement in the voice. However, the meaning of these words made Lin Qiao's and Wu Qingyue's expressions crack. Others, can't laugh out loud. Otherwise you will be beaten. But it's so uncomfortable to hold it in, what to do? Lin Qiao's whole body froze. She really didn't think that her son would dare to say such words in front of everyone. It was simply throwing her face back to the base. I really want to beat him up. No one can stop me. Wu Qingyue's expression was not as big as Lin Qiao's, but his smile also cracked, but he quickly made up for it. Looking at Lin Qiao's expression of, I want to beat this kid to death, no one can stop me, and her expression of rolling up her sleeves to beat him up. He said, Little Ting, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that your mother will beat you up. Oh, feeling the storm coming from his mama, Little Ting Ting immediately shut up obediently. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, I can't help it. Pfft. Let me laugh. As a result, Xiao Yunlong suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter, and then seeing the gloomy eyes of Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue, he immediately turned his head and said with a smile while covering his mouth. Then from the point of view that Lin Qiao and Wu Qingyue could not see, he secretly gave Little Ting Ting a thumbs up. Little Ting Ting rolled his eyes and said in his heart, Humph, I am saving you, but you actually laugh. What a pig teammate. A little figure quickly rushed in front of Wu Qingyue, hugged his thigh, and then looked at Lin Qiao next to him. Her delicate little face was overflowing with joy, and her eyes were shining brightly. Wu Qingyue picked Lingling up, looked at her lovingly and asked, Lingling, did you obediently sleep with Big Sister last night? Wu Yueling nodded hard, then turned her head to look at Lin Xiaolu who was holding Tongtong's hand. Hello, Uncle Wu. The two children politely greeted Wu Qingyue, then looked at Lin Qiao. Aunt. Lin Xiaolu looked at Lin Qiao and called out happily. Aunt Lu. Tong Tong was a little scared, shrinking half of her body behind Lin Xiaolu, and called out to Lin Qiao. Chapter 10:13. The corners of Lin Qiao's mouth twitched, smiling at the two little ones. Wu Qingyue looked at Xiao Yunlong, whose shoulders were trembling as he turned his back to them, and asked with a smile, Have you laughed enough? Ah. Cough, enough. Xiao Yunlong was stunned for a moment, then immediately adjusted his facial expression. Then he nodded and said in a serious manner. Then can you tell me what's going on? Wu Qingyue continued to ask with a smile, but secretly glanced at Lin Qiao's expression from the corner of his eyes. Ah, you suddenly ran to the sentient being's base without a word last night. What did we think happened? Then we received the news that those things appeared over there, so we followed to see the situation. Xiao Yunlong said. Duanwan walked to Lin Qiao with Xiao Tingting in her arms. Pay attention to what you say next time. Lin Qiao took Xiao Tingting and glared at him, then turned to look at Duanwan. Duanwan glanced at Xiao Yunlong and said with a strange expression, cough, Leader Xiao said you had promised Leader Wu to bring Xiaotingting to Sea City. But we didn't hear you mention this before, so we didn't let him take Xiaotingting away last night. Then early this morning, before dawn, he took advantage of Xiaotingting's sleep and secretly took the child away when we weren't paying attention. Xiao Yunlong immediately looked up at the sky. Lin Qiao glanced at him, then faintly looked at Duan Wan and asked, "So you let him carry it over?" Duan Wan shook her head. "We informed Deputy Leader Yuan and Deputy Leader Lin. Deputy Leader Lin's decision was that since you were in Sea City and Leader Xiao had already taken the child out of the base, so we decided to leave the situation to you." Lin Qiao glanced at Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong, then at Wu Qingyue. "Do you have any collusion with Lin Feng? Also, when did I agree to let you bring the child over?" The two children were brought over together. Lin Feng must have known of Wu Qingyue's decision, and he was helping him. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face stiffened, then he said blankly, "No. Why would you think so?" Although he did mention this to Lin Feng, he really didn't have any agreement with Lin Feng. He didn't understand why Lin Feng would do that. Then he immediately looked at Xiao Yunlong and asked, "Also, when did I say she agreed? Don't drag me into what you're doing, okay?" When Xiao Yunlong saw that Wu Qingyue was dragging him down, he immediately became angry. Why didn't he think about who he was doing this for? "Ha! You even brought the big one to your house to sleep. Bah, that one stayed there for the whole night. It's fine if you don't thank me for bringing the little one here, but you dare to sell me out?" At this time, Tingting said in Lin Qiao's arms, "Mama, since everyone is here, let's go. Let's do it here. I'll ask Daddy to cook personally." Lin Qiao was speechless. Even little man was siding with Wu Qingyue. What else could she say? Yes, in Lin Qiao's heart, the name Little Man would follow his son for a long time. You don't have teeth to eat the food he makes. Why are you siding with him? Lin Qiao angrily glared at his son, and then stared at Wu Qingyue and Xiao Yunlong on both sides. Wu Qingyue smiled very thick-skinned, his eyes not moving. Xiao Yunlong continued to look at the sky and the earth, his eyes darting left and right. "Come in first, what Xiaoting said is right. Since we are already here, 2 more days won't make a difference. And although the danger at the base has been temporarily lifted, it's hard to guarantee that those things won't come back." Wu Qingyue held Lingling and moved to the side, looking at Lin Qiao and said with a smile. Xiaoting's attitude made him very happy, although this female zombie looked unhappy. But he knew that she would do as the child thought. That meant that Xiaoting's full moon banquet could be held here. Lin Qiao snorted silently, but did not refuse. Holding Xiaoting, he turned and walked inside, followed by Duan Wan and Shen Yuzhen with the 2 little ones. Xiao Yunlong was relieved, and then walked inside with a face full of excitement. After entering Wu Qingyue's living room, everyone suddenly thought of what Xiaoting had just said. Looking at Wu Qingyue and Lin Qiao's eyes became ambiguous again. Lin Qiao felt their eyes, and could directly sense their thoughts. His face darkened, and he suddenly stuffed Xiaoting into Duan Wan's arms. "It's all because of this damn child." Fortunately, everyone present was on the same side, if it was heard by others. Let's not talk about the meaning of this child's words, just the fact that a 1-month-old baby spoke was already very scary, okay? Look at the situation. I told you not to speak in a place with many people, did you forget again? Lin Qiao glared at Xiaoting. Xiaoting turned his head to the side, not looking at her, but said unhappily, "But there aren't many people around." Lin Qiao said, "Do you want to scare other people's guards to death? Didn't you see the way they looked at you just now? It was like looking at a monster, you know." Wu Qingyue went to the courtyard. There were originally 2 guards standing at the door, but after hearing the child's words, they were amused at first, but then they suddenly stared at Xiaoteng with a face full of disbelief. When he came in, Lin Qiao's sharp ears also heard that Xiao Liqing had brought these two people to the cloud to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if his situation was leaked out so early, it would be strange if he was not caught for research. Xiaoting glanced at Lin Qiao, and suddenly shouted at Wu Qingyue, "Dad, quickly control her. She always bullies her son." Wu Qingyue, who was dragged into the water, thought, "What does it have to do with me?" The people of Sea City looked at the way the mother and son were talking with a curious expression, while the people from the Universal Life Base were already used to it. After Xiao Liqing came in, he moved closer to Shen Yuzhen in the corner, poked her with his elbow, and whispered, "Xiao Tang is so bold, you dare to talk to your leader like this." Shen Yuzhen gave him a look, letting him understand by himself. Xiao Yunlong also stared at Xiao Tang with a face full of excitement, and then looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "Tell me, how did you give birth to such a son? Teach me, let my Yu also give birth to a son like this." Lin Qiao looked at him indifferently, not saying a word. Wu Qingyue looked meaningfully at Xiao Yunlong, and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about whether you can give birth to a son like our Xiao Ting. I haven't heard that Yu is willing to marry you. Isn't it too early to have a child? First of all, you have to marry her." Xiao Yunlong pointed to the two of them, "Didn't you also not get married?" Wu Qingyue said, "That was an accident for us." Accidents were not something everyone could have, and besides, Xiao Teng was made by him to become his son. If it wasn't for little man, he didn't know if he could make this female zombie pregnant. While thinking, Wu Qingyue suddenly secretly glanced at Lin Qiao's stomach. He seemed to have tried his best last night. Would another one appear? You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.